Imagine marching into battle with 150,000 men, believing victory is certain, only to find yourself swallowed whole by the enemy, cut off, surrounded, and abandoned in the forests of East Prussia. In just a matter of days, an entire Russian army would vanish, wiped from the map in one of the most shocking military disasters in history. This wasn't just another battle. This was a clash that turned generals into legends, that exposed bitter rivalries, broken codes, and fatal arrogance. At Tannenberg, the Germans didn't just win, they annihilated. And the man leading the Russian charge would not live to see the retreat. Stay with me, because once you hear how a single gamble, a handful of intercepted messages, and two commanders who despised each other sealed the fate of tens of thousands, you'll understand why the Battle of Tannenberg is still remembered as one of the most devastating defeats of the First World War. The summer of 1914 began with a whisper that turned into a roar. A shot fired in Sarajevo, a single trigger pull, set Europe on fire. One moment, a crown prince lay dead in the street. The next, a web of alliances, promises, and rivalries unraveled into catastrophe. Ordinary people still shopped in crowded markets, still believed life would return to normal. But deep down, they could feel it. The air growing heavier, the nights restless, the newspapers filled with headlines that stank of war. Within weeks, nations that had once traded together now sharpened their bayonets. The July crisis had begun, and in its shadows, East Prussia would soon become one of the first killing grounds of the Great War. Imagine standing in a railway station in Berlin that August. The smell of coal smoke clings to your clothes. The shrill whistle of locomotives pierces the air. Around you, thousands of men in gray-green uniforms cheer, their families pressing into the crowd, tears mixing with the metallic taste of fear. Posters plastered on walls shout slogans of patriotism. Brass bands drown out the quiet sobs of mothers. At that moment, almost no one imagines the scale of the bloodletting to come. The Kaiser promises a swift victory. The generals boast of their great war plan. To many, the war is still a dream of glory. But on the eastern horizon, a darker truth is already unfolding. Germany's high command believed the war would be decided in the West. The Schlieffen Plan, an audacious design, demanded that almost the entire German army swing like a great hammer through Belgium, crush France quickly, and then turn east against Russia. To explain it simply, imagine placing nearly all your pieces on one side of the chessboard, gambling you can knock out your opponent before the other side even moves. That gamble left East Prussia dangerously exposed. There, only one German force, the Eighth Army, stood watch, a lone shield against the vast Russian bear. To the east, Russia prepared its own move. Bound by an alliance with France, the Tsar's generals promised to strike fast against Germany. Their goal was simple and brutal: invade East Prussia, threaten Berlin, and force Germany to pull soldiers away from France. The Russian generals knew their armies were massive, millions of men in uniform, stretching like a tidal wave across the plains. But sheer size often hides weakness. Their railways were few, their supplies disorganized, and their commanders divided by personal hatred. Still, they marched, and their boots shook the ground of East Prussia within weeks of war's declaration. East Prussia itself was more than just land on a map. It was Germany's heartland of pride, its noble estates, its farms carved from ancient forests, its people fiercely loyal to the empire. The region smelled of pine resin and damp earth, dotted with lakes that glimmered in the summer sun. For its farmers, war meant sudden terror. Horses seized for the army, barns emptied of grain, and rumors of Russian Cossacks riding like ghosts through the fields. Villagers stood in silence as church bells rang, not for weddings or festivals, but for mobilization. Every able-bodied man was called to arms, leaving women and children to harvest alone. In the war councils of Berlin, panic began to stir. The Schlieffen Plan demanded patience, time to strike France before worrying about Russia. Yet Russian armies moved faster than expected. By mid-August, two massive Russian forces, The First Army under General Rennenkampf and the Second Army under General Samsonov were already crossing into East Prussia. Their numbers dwarfed the German defenders. It was like watching two storm fronts rolling across the horizon, their thunder clouds darkening the German countryside. The Eighth Army, outnumbered more than 2-1, braced for impact. But Russia carried a hidden weakness that would soon prove fatal. General Rennenkampf and General Samsonov despised one another. Their hatred was personal, born from an earlier conflict in the Russo-Japanese War, when Samsonov had felt betrayed by Rennenkampf in battle. Now, as they commanded separate armies on German soil, they refused to coordinate, each marching as if the other did not exist. Imagine two surgeons trying to save the same patient, but refusing to speak, their hands moving in opposite directions. That silence would cost Russia dearly. For German commanders, the July crisis had been a storm of telegrams, late-night councils, and frantic planning. General Maximilian von Prittwitz, in charge of the Eighth Army, already felt the crushing weight of responsibility. He knew his army could not stand toe-to-toe with the Russian colossus. When news came that Rennenkampf's First Army had battered German forces at Gumbinnen, Prittwitz panicked. He considered retreating entirely, abandoning East Prussia, even though doing so would shatter German morale. His fears smelled of sweat and desperation, spreading through his staff like smoke in a closed room. Yet Berlin could not allow such defeatism. The High Command moved swiftly. Helmuth von Moltke, the German Chief of Staff, dismissed Prittwitz and summoned two new leaders, men who would soon become legends. Paul von Hindenburg, a retired general with the face of a stone statue, and Erich Ludendorff, fiery and relentless, were rushed to the Eastern Front. Their arrival electrified the German troops. Soldiers whispered their names with awe, as if reinforcements from history itself had come to stand beside them. But the true weapon Germany wielded was not only men and steel. It was information. Russian officers, careless and overconfident, transmitted their orders by radio, uncoded, plain text for anyone to intercept. German intelligence officers, huddled over crackling receivers, scribbled down every word. What they read stunned them. The Russians had revealed their troop movements, their timetables, even their weaknesses. It was like watching your opponent's cards in a game of poker, knowing exactly when to strike. As these reports reached Hindenburg and Ludendorff, the atmosphere in their headquarters changed. Maps spread across tables. Pins shifted with precision. The smell of tobacco smoke filled the air as officers leaned close, tracing Russian advances with their fingers. They began to see not disaster, but opportunity. Samsonov's Second Army, marching deeper into East Prussia, was stretched thin, its flanks vulnerable. Rennenkampf's First Army, far to the north, showed no sign of hurrying to help. A trap could be set, a trap large enough to swallow an entire army. Meanwhile, on the roads of East Prussia, the human cost grew visible. Villagers loaded wagons with whatever they could carry: pots, blankets, icons from church altars. Children cried as mothers urged them forward, their small hands gripping the rough wood of carts. German soldiers passed them in the opposite direction, boots pounding in unison, rifles slung across their shoulders, the clatter of field guns echoing like distant thunder. The air smelled of horse manure, dust, and sweat. The land itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the clash to come. In the Russian ranks, morale wavered between bravado and dread. Some soldiers sang folk songs as they marched, their voices rising in defiance of fear. Others stumbled with exhaustion, their boots blistered, their bellies empty from poor supply lines. Officers barked orders, their sabers flashing in the sun, but their maps were often outdated, their intelligence riddled with errors. When they reached East Prussian villages, they found abandoned homes, bread still cooling on windowsills, a haunting reminder that they were deep in enemy land. By late August, the storm clouds had fully gathered. Two great Russian armies pressed into German soil, one from the north, one from the south. The German Eighth Army stood between them, badly outnumbered, yet suddenly led by men with daring in their eyes and stolen knowledge in their hands. No one yet realized that within days, the fields and forests of East Prussia would be soaked with blood. No one yet grasped that history was about to pivot on a single encirclement, a single gamble. And as the sun set on those late August days, painting the sky with streaks of red and gold, the people of East Prussia looked out from their farmhouses, listening to the distant rumble of guns. They could smell smoke on the wind. They could hear the faint cries of soldiers on the march. And they knew, though they did not yet see it, that the storm was about to break and the world would never be the same. The trap was not yet sprung, but the jaws were closing. The Russian Empire promised thunder, but it delivered it with trembling hands. In the smoky rooms of Paris and St. Petersburg, pledges had been made. France begged its eastern ally for relief, desperate to ease the pressure of Germany's hammer blow in the west. Russia answered with confidence. Within 2 weeks of war's declaration, the Tsar's armies would cross into East Prussia. They would strike quickly, overwhelm the Germans, and force Berlin to divert troops from France. On paper, it was a bold and decisive strategy. In reality, it was a gamble built on fragile foundations, a storm held together by paper and pride. Picture the meeting rooms where this plan took shape. Heavy curtains drawn against the summer sun, the smell of ink and sweat clinging to the air. Generals leaned over maps with trembling fingers, tracing arrows across East Prussia. They spoke in voices low and urgent, but underneath their words lay fear. The fear of betraying their ally, the fear of being too slow. Russia's war plan, known as Plan 19, promised swift invasion, not because Russia was fully prepared, but because it had no choice. If France collapsed, Germany would dominate Europe, and Russia would stand alone. The war was barely days old, and already Russia was rushing into fire. To the soldiers, the plan meant movement before readiness. Train whistles echoed across the vast steppes. Columns of men boarded cars, their boots clattering on wooden platforms. Horses neighed, stamping impatient hooves. Women stood on the edges of the tracks, pressing bread and religious icons into the hands of husbands and sons. The air was thick with smoke, the acrid taste of coal dust mixing with tears. Few soldiers understood the grand designs of generals. They only knew they were heading west, toward the German frontier, and that their march was meant to save not just France, but all of Russia's honor. The strategy itself was deceptively simple, a two-pronged invasion. General Rennenkampf's First Army, some 120,000 men, would advance from the northeast. General Samsonov's Second Army, nearly 150,000, would strike from the south. The idea was to squeeze East Prussia in a giant pincer, crush the German Eighth Army in the middle, and carry the war into the heart of Germany. To explain it simply, imagine two giant arms swinging shut on a smaller opponent, pinning him until he cannot breathe. But what looked neat on a map would prove messy in reality. Logistics, the lifeblood of armies, was Russia's Achilles heel. The empire stretched wider than imagination, but its railways were too few, its locomotives too slow. Soldiers were carried only part of the way, forced to march the rest across dusty roads under the August sun. Supplies lagged behind. Ammunition ran low before the first battle had even begun. The men's uniforms clung to their skin with sweat, their bread rations moldy, their boots worn thin from endless miles. Some scavenged potatoes from farms, their stomachs growling with hunger. Others fainted in the heat, left on the roadside as columns pressed on without them. The plan demanded speed, but the army moved like a lumbering beast, groaning with each step. Still, morale burned high in the early days. Peasant conscripts sang folk songs as they marched, their voices echoing through fields of rye and pine forests. Officers on horseback rode with sabers gleaming, their coats heavy with medals from past wars. Many believed victory would come quickly. After all, Russia had crushed Napoleon a century earlier. Surely the same land, the same spirit, would rise again to humble Germany. The smell of fresh-cut hay in the fields, The sight of villages with whitewashed cottages and wooden churches reminded soldiers that they marched on sacred soil, destined for triumph. But beneath this pride lay dangerous flaws in leadership. Rennenkampf and Samsonov, the very men tasked with executing the plan, could barely stand to be in the same room. Their rivalry went back to the Russo-Japanese War, when Rennenkampf allegedly abandoned Samsonov during battle. Now, forced to command side by side, they treated each other with silence and suspicion. Orders were delayed. Messages were vague. Each general moved his army as if the other did not exist. On a chessboard, the pieces must work together. Here, they moved apart, unaware the enemy could see every gap. German commanders, through intercepted radio signals, began reading Russia's intentions like an open diary. Russian officers, arrogant or careless, sent orders uncoded, their words spilling into the airwaves for anyone to catch. In Königsberg, German intelligence officers leaned over crackling receivers, their hands blackened with ink as they copied every line. They now knew which towns the Russians planned to reach, when their forces would arrive, and where their weaknesses lay. To the Germans, it was as if the Russians were marching with lanterns in the night, illuminating every move for their enemy. For civilians of East Prussia, the Russian war plan meant terror at their doorsteps. Rumors of advancing Cossacks spread through villages. Families hurried to pack carts, their possessions piled high. Loaves of bread, wooden icons, feather mattresses, the meager treasures of rural life. The air reeked of horse manure and fear. Mothers clutched children close as they walked beside creaking wagons. Some refused to leave, burying silverware in gardens, hoping to return after the storm passed. Yet few could ignore the distant boom of guns, the sharp smell of smoke drifting across the countryside. War had arrived, faster than anyone expected. Even within the Russian ranks, cracks widened. Soldiers grumbled at the lack of supplies. Officers cursed the endless marches. Horses collapsed, their ribs visible through thin skin. Along the roadside, discarded rifles and torn packs marked the trail of exhaustion. The men felt the weight of expectation pressing down on their shoulders. France needed them. The Tsar expected them. Yet deep inside, many wondered whether their sacrifice would matter, whether they were marching toward glory or slaughter. At higher levels, the pressure was unbearable. In Petrograd, ministers demanded progress. Messages from France pleaded for speed. Every delay risked catastrophe on the Western Front. Generals barked at subordinates, their tempers frayed by sleepless nights. The stench of sweat and tobacco clung to war councils where maps lay scattered, coffee cups stained with rings of frustration. Time ticked away, and with it, the illusion of control. By mid-August, the Russian tide had begun to roll across East Prussia. Rennenkampf's First Army clashed with German defenders at Gumbinnen, forcing them back with sheer weight of numbers. Villagers woke to the thunder of artillery, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Windows shattered. Roofs collapsed. The air filled with acrid smoke, choking the lungs. To many Russians, it seemed the plan was working. German resistance appeared to crumble. Newspapers in Petrograd celebrated the advance, headlines boasting of victories that had barely been won. Soldiers cheered as they pushed westward, believing Berlin itself lay within reach. Yet Samsonov's Second Army, moving up from the south, lagged dangerously behind. The distance between the two Russian forces widened with every march. Messages sent between headquarters arrived late, sometimes days after they mattered. Rennenkampf pressed forward without waiting. Samsonov struggled to feed his men, his supply wagons stuck in muddy roads, his soldiers marching on empty stomachs. The pincer was no longer synchronized. What had begun as a crushing embrace now looked more like two fists swinging blindly in the dark. The Germans, watching carefully, began to see their chance. Their armies were smaller, but their railways were faster, their movements precise. Like a hunter stalking prey, they noted every misstep, every gap between the Russian forces. And as the Russians marched deeper into unfamiliar countryside, their backs exposed. The Germans sharpened their knives. For the men in Russian uniforms, none of this was yet clear. They trudged forward, singing, coughing in the dust, clutching icons of saints in their pockets. Their boots rubbed their heels raw. Their rifles grew heavy in their hands. But they believed they were part of something bigger, a plan that would deliver victory. They could not see the trap forming. They could not hear the whispers of German officers in smoke-filled rooms, plotting their destruction. They only knew the promise: march into East Prussia, strike quickly, and bring Germany to its knees. But promises are fragile in war. And soon, those promises would shatter. Because what Russia thought was a grand offensive was, in truth, the beginning of a disaster. And as Samsonov's men stumbled deeper into the forests and fields of East Prussia, the jaws of encirclement were already starting to close. The German generals stared at their maps with unease. Red arrows, drawn thick and heavy, pressed in from the east. They represented the Russian armies, vast columns of men advancing toward East Prussia. But on the German side of the map, only a thin blue line resisted them: the Eighth Army, a single force left to guard an entire frontier. For Berlin, the danger was obvious. If that line broke, East Prussia would fall, and German soil itself would be violated. Yet at the same time, every instinct told them to keep looking west. France was the true target. The Schlieffen Plan demanded it. And so, Germany found itself trapped in a dilemma: defend its homeland in the east, or gamble everything on victory in the west. The Schlieffen Plan was more than just a military strategy. It was a national obsession, a blueprint for survival. Germany sat in the center of Europe, surrounded by rivals on both sides. To the west stood France, to the east, Russia. The nightmare was a two-front war, the kind that had doomed empires before. The solution, devised by Count Alfred von Schlieffen years earlier, was daring. Defeat France first, quickly and decisively, then turn and crush Russia afterward. It was a race against time, like sprinting to knock out one opponent before the other could even lace his gloves. But it meant that when the war began, almost all German soldiers were sent west, leaving only a fraction to guard the eastern frontier. That fraction was the Eighth Army, barely 200,000 men. They were farmers, clerks, reservists, and professional soldiers, hastily gathered under the command of General Maximilian von Prittwitz. Their task was enormous: hold back not one, but two Russian armies that together numbered nearly twice their strength. The soldiers of the Eighth Army marched through the pine forests of East Prussia, knowing they were outnumbered, yet they carried with them a fierce loyalty. This was their home. The lakes and villages of East Prussia were not distant provinces. They were where their families lived, where their ancestors were buried. For them, the war was not just strategy, it was survival. In Berlin, the atmosphere buzzed with conflicting emotions. The Kaiser and his advisors celebrated the advance through Belgium, confident that Paris would soon be in reach. But news from the east arrived daily, each report darker than the last. Russian armies were advancing faster than expected. The sound of their boots already echoed across East Prussian soil. Berliners read newspapers with headlines warning of invasion. Shops sold postcards showing German soldiers defending their homes against Russian hordes. Fear and pride mixed together, filling the air with tension. For the people, East Prussia was more than a province. It was the symbol of German heritage. To abandon it would be unthinkable. For Prittwitz, the commander of the Eighth Army, the pressure was suffocating. He was a cautious man, more administrator than warrior, and now he faced a storm. The Schlieffen Plan gave him no reinforcements, no promise of help. His orders were simple but cruel: hold as long as possible. He walked among his staff, his boots squeaking on polished floors, the smell of ink and tobacco heavy in the air. Maps were pinned to the walls, filled with lines that looked more fragile each day. He knew he could not match Russian numbers head-on. Every decision became a gamble: fight and risk annihilation, or retreat and risk disgrace. The soldiers under him felt the strain. They marched through the forests of East Prussia, their rifles heavy, their bread rations small. Dust clung to their uniforms, sweat stung their eyes. At night, they lay under the stars, listening to distant thunder that might have been summer storms or Russian artillery. They sharpened bayonets in the flickering glow of campfires, the metallic scrape echoing in the night. Some wrote letters home, their words trembling with fear and pride. Others prayed, clutching small crucifixes in their rough hands. They knew the Russian armies were vast, and they wondered if anyone in Berlin truly understood what was coming. The Schlieffen Plan had locked Germany into this dangerous choice. It demanded speed in the west, and that meant sacrifice in the east. Generals argued over whether it was worth risking East Prussia for a chance to take Paris. To ordinary soldiers, the logic felt cruel. Why should their homes be left exposed so others could fight in France? Yet the plan was rigid. Once set in motion, it could not easily be changed. It was like a massive machine with gears already grinding, crushing everything in its path. To stop it now would mean disaster. And yet, the Easter dilemma was more than military. It was emotional. East Prussia had been the birthplace of Prussian kings, the soil from which the German Empire had grown. Abandoning it, even temporarily, would strike at the heart of national pride. Civilians clung to their villages, refusing to flee even as Russian troops advanced. The smell of freshly cut hay still lingered in the fields, even as smoke from burning barns began to rise. Families whispered prayers at night, their windows rattling with the distant rumble of war. To them, the Eighth Army was not just soldiers. It was the last wall between them and devastation. At first, Prittwitz believed retreat might be the only option. Reports from the front were grim. Rennenkampf's First Army had already struck at Gumbinnen, forcing German units back. Russian numbers seemed overwhelming, their columns endless. Prittwitz considered pulling his forces behind the Vistula River, abandoning East Prussia entirely. His staff stared at him in disbelief. Abandon East Prussia? The words felt like betrayal. For days, he wavered, his hands trembling as he signed orders, only to tear them up again. He smelled failure in every decision, tasted fear in every sip of coffee. His hesitation spread doubt among his officers. But Berlin had no patience for weakness. When whispers of Prittwitz's doubts reached the high command, alarm bells rang. Moltke, the chief of staff, feared the collapse of morale. He acted swiftly, replacing Prittwitz with two men who would not flinch. Paul von Hindenburg, a retired general recalled to service, and Erich Ludendorff, a fiery commander fresh from victory in Belgium. Their arrival would soon change the fate of the Eighth Army. But in these early days, before they came, the German East hung by a thread. The soldiers waiting on the front lines sensed the uncertainty. Orders shifted daily. One moment they were told to stand firm, the next to prepare for retreat. They watched the skies for Russian planes, listened to the pounding of hooves as Cossack patrols scouted nearby. The forest smelled of pine and gunpowder, the earth trembling with the movement of artillery. Yet in their hearts, they knew they could not simply give up their homeland. They whispered to one another that if Berlin abandoned them, they would fight anyway, with bayonets if not with bullets. The Schlieffen Plan had promised certainty in the West, but in the East, it created only fear. German soldiers now stood on the edge of disaster, their homeland exposed, their army outnumbered, their commander hesitant. And as Russian columns pushed deeper into East Prussia, the thin line of the Eighth Army began to bend. No one yet knew if it would break. But every passing day brought the storm closer, and soon, Germany would have to choose between strategy and survival. The Russian armies that marched into East Prussia in August of 1914 were not guided by unity, but by rivalry. At the very top, where discipline and cooperation should have been strongest, there existed a crack that would widen into disaster. Two men carried the fate of the invasion on their shoulders. General Paul von Rennenkampf, commander of the First Army, and General Alexander Samsonov, commander of the Second Army. On paper, they were supposed to act as brothers in arms. In reality, they could hardly stand to look one another in the eye. And when armies are led by men who despise each other, soldiers bleed for it. Rennenkampf was a tall, stern figure, his jaw hard as the steel of his saber, his eyes sharp and distant. He had built his reputation as a cavalryman, charging at the head of horsemen across the battlefields of Manchuria during the Russo-Japanese War. His men admired his discipline, but others whispered of his arrogance, of a coldness that made him difficult to follow. He could be ruthless, not only with enemies, but with his own officers. His posture was always straight, his mustache immaculately trimmed, his uniform spotless even in the dust of the march. To many, he seemed the image of a Russian general. But behind that image lay a man unwilling to forgive, and he had an enemy not only across the battlefield, but within his own camp. That enemy was Alexander Samsonov. Shorter, stockier, and more approachable, Samsonov had earned his command through grit and endurance. He had risen from the cavalry as well, but where Rennenkampf carried himself like an untouchable aristocrat, Samsonov carried the weight of every decision on his broad shoulders. His men described him as a soldier's general, one who would listen to complaints, share their hardships, even ride alongside them in the dust. But Samsonov also bore scars, both physical and emotional, from the Russo-Japanese War. He had seen defeat up close, and worse, he believed that Rennenkampf had abandoned him in that earlier conflict. The bitterness never healed. The story spread like wildfire among the officers. During the Battle of Mukden in 1905, when Russian armies faced collapse, Samsonov's forces fought desperately. Rennenkampf, commanding elsewhere, was accused of failing to come to his aid, or worse, of deliberately withholding support. Accounts vary, but the result was the same. Samsonov believed Rennenkampf had left him to be chewed apart by the Japanese. That wound festered. By 1914, it was an open secret. Two generals at the head of two massive armies, forced to cooperate, but chained to a history of resentment. For soldiers on the ground, such rivalries might have seemed distant. But the consequences filtered down quickly. Orders between the First and Second Armies were vague, often delayed, sometimes ignored altogether. Coordinated attacks became disjointed marches. Messages passed between headquarters arrived with the chill of formality, stripped of urgency or trust. It was as though two surgeons were tasked with operating on the same patient, but refused to speak, each cutting without regard for the other's hand. And the patient, in this case, was the Russian war effort. Rennenkampf's style was uncompromising. He demanded obedience, and he expected his orders to be carried out without hesitation. When his first army moved into East Prussia, the boots of over 100,000 men thundered like an approaching storm. Dust rose in great clouds. Horses whinnied. The smell of sweat and leather mixed with the metallic clink of sabers and the grinding wheels of artillery. To civilians watching from the roadside, it looked like the very embodiment of Russian power, a tide that could not be stopped. But Rennenkampf drove his men hard, sometimes too hard, believing sheer force would overwhelm the enemy. Samsonov's march from the south had a different character. His men slogged along poor roads, their supply wagons trailing behind, their bellies gnawed by hunger. Samsonov rode among them, encouraging, consoling, his face lined with worry. He was no stranger to the hardships of soldiers, but the burden of responsibility pressed heavily on him. Each time he opened a new dispatch, his brow furrowed deeper. Each time he studied his maps, the ink seemed to bleed into his conscience. He knew he carried nearly 150,000 men into hostile territory. He also knew he could not count on Rennenkampf to meet him in the middle. And yet, the Russian plan demanded they do exactly that. The First Army, under Rennenkampf, was to strike from the northeast. The Second Army, under Samsonov, was to press up from the south. Together, they would crush the German Eighth Army in a giant pincer. But the pincer only worked if the two arms moved in harmony. If one struck too soon, or too late, or failed to close its grip, the prey could slip away. Worse, the prey could strike back. And the Germans, listening in on uncoded Russian transmissions, quickly realized the weakness. The tension between the two men seeped into their staff. Officers muttered about the other army, dismissing its leadership, questioning its resolve. Maps were laid out in stuffy rooms thick with tobacco smoke. But the lines connecting the two armies were faint, almost decorative. The focus was inward, not outward. Each general trusted his own headquarters, but distrusted the other's intentions. Rennenkampf, after his victory at Gumbinnen, refused to rush to Samsonov's support. He believed his reputation as the stronger commander demanded independence. Samsonov, marching deep into East Prussia, felt abandoned, just as he had nearly a decade before. The ghosts of Mukden had returned. For ordinary soldiers, the rivalry manifested in confusion. Messages contradicted one another. One day, a battalion was ordered forward with urgency, only to be told the next to hold position. Carts creaked along muddy roads, their wheels sinking deep into ruts. Men collapsed with exhaustion, their uniforms stiff with dried sweat. The stench of unwashed bodies mingled with the acrid tang of campfires. They asked each other, "Where's the First Army? Where was Rennenkampf?" No one could answer with certainty. Back in St. Petersburg, the War Ministry clung to illusions. Reports painted pictures of coordination, of progress. Newspapers cheered both generals, their portraits printed side by side, as if rivalry did not exist. But those who knew whispered otherwise. Ministers exchanged nervous glances when updates arrived, the tension in the capital almost palpable. The French ambassador pressed for reassurance, and Russian officials lied with forced smiles. The alliance demanded success, but beneath the surface, the very men entrusted with victory were tearing the effort apart with silence. At the front, the soldiers began to sense unease. They were told they marched as part of a great plan, yet the plan seemed to vanish into uncertainty. When shells exploded in the distance, when the thunder of German artillery rolled across the fields, they clutched their rifles tighter, but their hearts carried doubt. They smelled the smoke of burning villages, heard the cries of fleeing civilians, felt the tremors in the ground as German trains moved troops swiftly from place to place. And they wondered if their own commanders had the same urgency, the same clarity. The rivalry between Rennenkampf and Samsonov was not merely personal. It was catastrophic. The First Army, instead of closing in, drifted away, chasing its own goals. The Second Army, instead of advancing with confidence, staggered forward half-blind. The pincer opened instead of closing, leaving a gap wide enough for the Germans to slip through. Every hour, that gap grew more dangerous. Every mile marched deep in the trap. For Rennenkampf, the memory of Mukden made him cautious in some ways, reckless in others. He would not bend to Samsonov, not after years of bitterness. For Samsonov, the ghosts of betrayal haunted his every decision. He could not shake the feeling that once again he would be left alone, abandoned in the moment of crisis. These feelings were not written in orders or maps, but they shaped the campaign as much as any movement of troops. And so, as August days wore on, the Russian armies moved deeper in East Prussia, their boots sinking into its soil, their voices rising in song, their spirits caught between confidence and dread. Civilians peered from shuttered windows, clutching rosaries, whispering prayers, as the ground shook beneath them. The forests echoed with the rattle of harnesses, the creak of wagons, the tramp of thousands of boots. But unseen, unheard by most, was the flaw at the very top, the rivalry between two generals who could not, would not, act as one. This flaw was more dangerous than any German rifle, more destructive than any artillery shell. Because while Samsonov and Rennenkampf marched separately, their enemy was watching, listening, and preparing. The Germans had cracked their codes. The Germans knew the distance between them. The Germans were waiting. And soon, the rivalry that had smoldered for nearly a decade would ignite into catastrophe when one Russian army marched too far and the other refused to follow. The jaws of the trap were beginning to close. The two Russian armies marched into East Prussia not as one force, but as rivals forced into uneasy partnership. At the very moment when coordination was life or death, their generals refused even to speak to one another. The result was a fractured command, a military machine already broken before it ever met the Germans in open battle. And in that fracture lay the seeds of disaster. Imagine the scene in mid-August of 1914. Rennenkampf's First Army had just pushed the Germans back at Gumbinnen. His men celebrated, their boots caked in mud, their uniforms damp with sweat and smoke. They had endured the roar of German guns, seen their comrades torn apart, and yet they held their ground. To them, it felt like victory. They cheered their general's name, raising battered rifles in salute. But Samsonov, miles to the south, received no support from Rennenkampf, no coordinated follow-up to press the advantage. Instead, he marched his own army deeper into East Prussia, through pine forests and dusty roads, carrying the weight of 150,000 men with him. 2 armies, 2 victories to win, yet they moved like strangers. The hatred between Rennenkampf and Samsonov was personal. It was not born of ideology or strategy, but of wounds left behind years earlier in the Russo-Japanese War. At Mukden in 1905, Rennenkampf had allegedly failed to support Samsonov when his troops were collapsing. Some even whispered that Rennenkampf had watched coldly as Samsonov's units were crushed. Whether the story was true or not no longer mattered. Samsonov believed it. And now, nearly a decade later, when both men were entrusted with Russia's honor, they carried their private feud into the fields of East Prussia. Messages passed between their headquarters carried the bitterness of that feud. Rennenkampf's orders were curt, sometimes dismissive. Samsonov's replies carried veiled resentment. There was no warmth, no urgency, no trust. The 2 men should have been like hands of the same body, closing together in a single motion. Instead, one hand clutched too tightly while the other let go. Soldiers of the front lines paid the price. Units that expected reinforcements waited in vain, staring across empty fields, their stomachs tight with hunger, their eyes searching for comrades who never came. Inside the headquarters tents, the mood was suffocating. Rennenkampf staff officers rolled out maps on wooden tables, their fingers tracing German positions, their voices sharp with confidence. We have pushed them back once. We will push them back again. But when an aide suggested coordinating with Samsonov's Southern Army, Rennenkampf cut him off with a glare. His pride stank of tobacco, smoke, and sweat, filling the air heavier than the lantern light. To him, Samsonov was incompetent, unreliable, not worth the effort. Better to fight his own war, on his own terms. Samsonov, by contrast, carried his doubts openly. He rode among his men, his face drawn with worry, his coat dusty from long marches. He listened to the groans of exhausted soldiers, smelled the rot of spoiled rations, saw the blood-soaked bandages of those left behind. At night, in the dim glow of oil lamps, he pored over dispatches with trembling fingers, his lips tightening as he read Rennenkampf's cold replies. He remembered Mukden. He felt the betrayal all over again. And so, he resolved to march forward regardless, convinced that Rennenkampf would never truly support him. The fractured command turned every movement into chaos. The Russian plan called for a pincer attack, but instead of closing in, the arms of that pincer drifted apart. Rennenkampf's army pressed west, chasing after German forces that were no longer there. Samsonov's army plunged deeper south, exposing its flanks to danger. The gap between them widened with every step, an invisible wound splitting the invasion in two. And the Germans, listening to Russian radio transmissions, saw the fracture for what it was. They understood their enemy better than their enemy understood itself. For the Russian soldiers, the disconnect was felt in silence. Marching under the August sun, they wondered where their comrades to the north had gone. They heard the echo of distant artillery, saw smoke rising beyond the tree line, but no reinforcements arrived. Dust coated their throats, bread rations crumbled to dust in their hands. The iron taste of fatigue lingered on their tongues. They whispered to one another that Rennenkampf and Samsonov hated each other, that their general's pride was leading them into a trap. Soldiers who had survived the chaos of Gumbinnen now felt abandoned, their confidence slipping like water through cupped hands. On the German side, the fractured command of the Russians was a gift. Reports from intercepted messages revealed that Rennenkampf was moving slowly westward, showing no intention of turning south to support Samsonov. It was exactly the weakness Hindenburg and Ludendorff needed. Staff officers in the German headquarters leaned over maps, the room thick with the smell of cigars and damp wool uniforms. They traced the widening gap between the Russian armies with red pencils, their voices urgent but controlled. The fracture was not just a flaw. It was an opening, a chance to destroy one Russian army before the other could intervene. But back in the Russian camps, denial still reigned. Newspapers from Petrograd arrived, filled with triumphant headlines. Officers read them aloud to their men, their voices forced with enthusiasm. Victory at Gumbinnen. The German retreat continues. The soldiers cheered, though their cheers sounded hollow, carried on dry throats. They could see with their own eyes that coordination was missing. They could feel the uncertainty in every delayed order. Victory, they suspected, was more fragile than their leaders admitted. As Samsonov's army pushed deeper into East Prussia, the weight of the fractured command became unbearable. Supply wagons struggled to keep up. Ammunition was already running low. Men scavenged potatoes from fields, the earthy smell clinging to their fingers as they roasted them over makeshift fires. Boots wore through, leaving feet blistered and bloody. Officers snapped at one another in frustration, their tempers as frayed as the maps they carried. All the while, Rennenkampf's First Army marched elsewhere, indifferent to Samsonov's struggles. The two halves of Russia's great plan were drifting towards separate fates. And yet, neither general admitted the truth. Pride held them captive. Rennenkampf saw himself as the more experienced, the more capable commander. He would not humble himself to Samsonov. Samsonov saw himself as betrayed once before. He would not trust Rennenkampf again. Between them stretched miles of countryside, villages deserted by terrified civilians, forests thick with the smell of resin, and fields trembling with the approach of German trains. The fracture was no longer just personal. It was a chasm through which the Germans would soon strike. The soldiers on the march felt the storm gathering. At night, they lay on the ground, the cold earth pressing against their backs, the stars hidden behind clouds. They listened to the distant crack of rifles, the low rumble of artillery far away. They tasted the bitterness of fear, even as they clutched their icons and whispered prayers. They knew that unity could mean survival. Division could mean death. But unity was nowhere to be found. By late August, the fracture between Rennenkampf and Samsonov had sealed Russia's fate. One army marched in triumph, but isolation. The other marched in exhaustion and despair. Neither would turn to the other for help. The German Eighth Army, though smaller, now stood ready to strike at Samsonov's exposed flank, confident that Rennenkampf would not interfere. The Russian war machine had cracked at its very core. And as Samsonov's men pressed further into the forests of East Prussia, deeper into hostile soil, they did not yet know that they were walking into a trap designed not only by German genius, but by the arrogance and animosity of their own leaders. The fracture was complete. The jaws of the enemy were waiting. The message arrived like a thunderclap. Reports from East Prussia told of chaos at Gumbinnen, Russian shells tearing through German lines, men fleeing in confusion, units breaking apart under the sheer weight of enemy numbers. The Eighth Army had stumbled, and its commander, General Maximilian von Prittwitz, was shaken to his core. In a single night, the man tasked with defending the German homeland began to unravel. He paced the floor of his headquarters, his boots scuffing across wooden planks, sweat glistening on his forehead despite the cool air. His aides watched in disbelief as the general of East Prussia, face pale and voice trembling, spoke of retreat. Not a step or two, but all the way behind the Vistula River. To abandon East Prussia entirely. The very thought was unthinkable. East Prussia was not just a patch of land on a map. It was Germany's soul, its fields of golden wheat, its lakes sparkling under the August sun, its villages steeped in centuries of tradition. Families still clung to their farms, women harvesting grain while listening to the rumble of distant guns. To leave them defenseless was more than a military decision. It was betrayal. Yet Prittwitz, rattled by defeat, convinced himself that retreat was the only path to survival. He muttered about numbers, about the impossibility of standing against two Russian armies. He ran his fingers over maps stained with candle wax, circling the Vistula as if it were salvation. His staff, loyal yet horrified, tried to reason with him. They spoke of morale, of the shame that would ripple through the empire if German soil was abandoned without a fight. Some pleaded, others argued, the air thick with smoke and the metallic taste of fear. But Prittwitz had lost faith in his own men, and worse, in himself. His panic spread through the room like a contagion. If the commander believed defeat inevitable, what hope remained for those ordered to stand and fight? Word of his despair traveled fast. Telegrams carried his intentions back to Berlin, where the German high command waited with strained nerves. Helmuth von Moltke, the chief of staff, read the dispatch with disbelief. His face hardened, his jaw set tight. Prittwitz wanted to abandon East Prussia. He wanted to sacrifice the very land that had birthed Prussia's kings. For Moltke, it was more than cowardice. It was unacceptable. The Schlieffen Plan had already stretched Germany to the limit, sending nearly all its forces westward. The East could not be allowed to collapse, not now, not so soon. The empire's credibility, its morale, perhaps even its future, was at stake. In that moment, Moltke made a choice that would change the course of the war. Prittwitz had to go. The Eighth Army would not be left in the hands of a man who saw only defeat. He needed commanders who would fight, men who could steady the crumbling East with iron resolve. And so, on the night of August 22nd, orders went out. General Prittwitz was relieved. In his place, two new names were summoned, names that would soon become legendary: Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff. The choice was no accident. Hindenburg, 66 years old, had been retired for years, living quietly in Hanover. A towering figure, broad-shouldered, stern-faced, he looked less like a man and more like a statue carved from stone. His very presence inspired confidence. He was the embodiment of Prussian tradition, of steadiness under pressure. Though he had spent years away from command, the soldiers knew his reputation. In desperate times, symbols mattered as much as strategy, and Hindenburg was a symbol of unyielding strength. By his side would stand Erich Ludendorff. Unlike Hindenburg, Ludendorff was young, energetic, and already proven in the fire of battle. Just weeks earlier, he had led German troops to victory at Liège, storming Belgian forts with relentless determination. Where Hindenburg offered calm and authority, Ludendorff brought urgency, aggression, and fire. Together, they formed a partnership that would dominate not only East Prussia, but much of Germany's war effort in the years ahead. When the news of the change reached the front, the effect was electric. Soldiers who had muttered darkly about retreat now whispered Hindenburg's name with reverence. "The old man is coming," they said, hope flickering in their eyes. Campfires burned brighter that night, the smell of wood smoke curling into the air as men sharpened bayonets and adjusted their gear. They were still outnumbered, still exhausted, but belief had returned. And belief, in war, can be as powerful as bullets. Prittwitz, meanwhile, faded quietly into obscurity. His fall from grace was swift and merciless. One day, he commanded the defense of East Prussia. The next, he was gone, remembered not for valor, but for panic. History would write his name in the margins, overshadowed by the giants who replaced him. For Germany, his removal was both punishment and warning. Leaders who faltered would not be tolerated. Hindenburg and Ludendorff arrived in East Prussia like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. They wasted no time. At their headquarters, maps were unfurled, candles flickering against the paper as their hands moved with precision. The air smelled of tobacco and sweat, the room filled with the low murmur of officers reporting troop strengths, supply shortages, intercepted messages. Ludendorff leaned forward, eyes burning with intensity, absorbing every detail. Hindenburg stood tall, his silence commanding as much authority as any spoken word. They understood at once the gravity of the situation. 2 Russian armies were advancing, and their own 8th Army was badly outnumbered. Yet where Prittwitz had seen only disaster, they saw opportunity. They recognized the fractured Russian command, the bitter rivalry between Rennenkampf and Samsonov. They knew, from intercepted radio traffic, that the 2 Russian armies were not coordinating. The gap between them was widening with each day. Hindenburg and Ludendorff saw what Prittwitz had missed, a chance not merely to survive, but to strike, to destroy one Russian army before the other could intervene. The soldiers under their command began to sense the shift. Orders became clearer, movement sharper. Trains rumbled across East Prussia, their wheels screaming against the tracks as they carried troops swiftly from one sector to another. German units that had felt scattered now moved with purpose, like pieces of a puzzle fitting into place. The clatter of rifles being cleaned, the bark of officers drilling men, the smell of oil and leather, all carried a new energy. The army was preparing not to retreat, but to fight. Meanwhile, civilians felt the change in mood as well. Villages that had feared abandonment now watched columns of German troops march with renewed confidence. Farmers offered bread and water. Children waved from doorways. Priests blessed soldiers as they passed. The fear that had hung heavy in the air began to lift, replaced by a cautious hope. East Prussia, it seemed, would not be surrendered without a struggle. But with hope came enormous risk. Hindenburg and Ludendorff's plan was daring, even reckless. To strike Samsonov's Second Army, they would need to shift forces rapidly, leaving themselves vulnerable to Rennenkampf in the north. It was a gamble, a high-wire act without a safety net. If their timing was wrong, if Rennenkampf moved south faster than expected, the 8th Army could be crushed between 2 giants. Yet the new commanders believed in the gamble. Where Prittwitz had trembled, they would bet everything. Night fell on the East Prussian countryside as preparations continued. The forests whispered with the sound of marching boots, the creak of wagons, the snort of horses pulling artillery. Soldiers lit lanterns, their glow flickering across steel helmets and tired faces. In headquarters, telegraph wires hummed, messages tapped out in urgent rhythm. The smell of ink and hot wax clung to the air as orders were sealed and dispatched. Hindenburg and Ludendorff leaned over their maps one last time, their fingers tracing the trap they intended to spring. For the men in the ranks, exhaustion remained, but it was tempered now by purpose. They knew their commanders would not order retreat. They could feel the change in the way officers spoke, in the urgency of every movement. They lay down on the cold earth, rifles by their sides, listening to the distant rumble of trains and the faint crackle of fires. The night air smelled of pine and smoke, sharp in their nostrils. They closed their eyes, some dreaming of home, others unable to sleep at all. Tomorrow would bring movement. Tomorrow would bring battle. The German command had shifted. Prittwitz's panic was gone, replaced by iron resolve. But resolve alone would not decide the fate of East Prussia. The Russians were still advancing, still vast in number, still hungry for German soil. The gamble had only begun. And as dawn broke over the forests and lakes of East Prussia, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the question remained unanswered. Would Hindenburg and Ludendorff's daring gamble save the 8th Army, or doom it to destruction? The room was silent, except for the crackle of static. In Königsberg, inside a nondescript building filled with wires, telegraph sets, and men hunched over headphones, Germany's secret weapon was at work. The 8th Army was outnumbered, threatened with annihilation. But here, in the heart of East Prussia, a handful of intelligence officers were turning the tide. And the Russians, careless and arrogant, were handing them victory one radio transmission at a time. It began with disbelief. The first intercepted Russian messages were clear, written out in plain language without even the simplest code. German operators stared at the words as they scribbled them down, almost suspicious it might be a trick. Movements of Second Army. Samsonov advancing through Allenstein. The handwriting shook as they passed the notes to their superiors. Could it really be this easy? But message after message confirmed it. The Russians were broadcasting their orders openly, as if no one could hear. The irony was bitter. Russia, with its millions of soldiers, its vast empire stretching across continents, had marched into the war without preparing even the most basic radio discipline. In an age when every telegraph line could be tapped, every signal caught on the air, they treated their radios like private conversations. And so, their generals told Berlin exactly where they were going, and when they would arrive. It was like watching an enemy play chess while shouting out every move in advance. In Königsberg, the atmosphere inside the code-breaking rooms was thick with concentration. The air smelled of ink and hot metal from the clattering typewriters. Cigarette smoke hung in layers, stinging the eyes of young clerks as they copied each word onto paper. Outside, trains rattled along the tracks, carrying German troops in secrecy. Inside, the real battle was unfolding on paper. Officers bent over the transcripts, their fingers smudged with graphite as they traced Russian intentions across maps spread wide on oak tables. What they discovered was astonishing. Rennenkampf's First Army and Samsonov's Second Army were not coordinating. They were marching separately, their movements exposed, their timetables predictable. The gap between them widened with every mile, a gap the Germans could exploit. Ludendorff and Hindenburg, newly arrived at command, leaned over these reports in candlelit rooms, their eyes gleaming with possibility. Here was the lifeline they needed. Information, not just rumors or guesses, but hard evidence of where the Russians would be. To the men in the field, the power of radio intelligence was invisible. They did not hear the crackle of intercepted messages. They did not smell the ink or feel the sweat of the clerks in Königsberg. But they saw its results. Orders suddenly grew sharper, movements more precise. German divisions were shifted by rail with uncanny timing, appearing in places the Russians never expected. Soldiers whispered that their generals seemed to know the future, to anticipate Russian attacks before they happened. In truth, it was not prophecy. It was interception. The Russians, meanwhile, had no idea. Their generals barked orders into radios, their words carried across the ether like shouts across a valley. Samsonov, exhausted from endless marches, reassured his staff that Rennenkampf must surely be supporting him. Rennenkampf, proud from his victory at Gumbinnen, assumed Samsonov's advance would pin the Germans in place. Neither man knew that their messages were being read in real time by their enemies. Neither realized that their hatred for one another, combined with their recklessness with communications, was setting them up for disaster. German officers in Königsberg developed a rhythm. Operators listened day and night, ears pressed to headphones as static hissed in their skulls. Every intercepted message was written down, copied, and rushed by courier to headquarters. The clatter of boots echoed through corridors as runners carried reports to Ludendorff. He studied them with hawk-like intensity, tracing each movement with his pencil. Hindenburg, older and calmer, nodded silently, his eyes heavy-lidded but sharp. Together, they pieced together the shape of the Russian invasion, like solving a puzzle. The puzzle revealed opportunity. Samsonov's army, marching south through thick forests and across poor roads, was overextended, its flanks dangling in the air. Rennenkampf, instead of turning to support him, had continued west, chasing ghosts of German forces that had already vanished. The two armies, meant to crush the Eighth Army together, were drifting apart, and the Germans, though smaller, could strike at one while the other was too far away to help. It was a dangerous gamble, but now, thanks to radio intelligence, it was no longer blind. The tension in those rooms was palpable. Every crackle of static could mean life or death. Clerks' hands trembled as they transcribed orders about troop movements, about supply shortages, about commanders' intentions. The paper smelled of fresh ink and sweat as it piled on tables. Candles burned low, dripping wax that hardened on wooden desks, the glow casting shadows across tired faces. They worked without pause, sustained by coffee that tasted bitter and cold. Some fell asleep with their heads on typewriters, woken only when another message came through. The advantage was decisive. While Russian soldiers trudged through mud and dust, their boots worn thin, their stomachs empty, German trains clattered swiftly across East Prussia. Steel wheels shrieked against tracks as entire corps shifted position overnight. Villagers woke to find fresh columns of German troops marching through their streets, their faces grim but steady. The soldiers themselves marveled at how quickly they were moved, how their generals always seemed one step ahead. They could not see the men in Königsberg with headphones strapped to their ears, but they owed them their survival. Meanwhile, Russian soldiers felt the sting of disarray. Orders contradicted each other. Some units marched north expecting support, only to find themselves isolated. Others attacked positions that were already abandoned, wasting strength for nothing. The men grumbled in their ranks, their throats dry, their nerves frayed. They smelled the smoke of villages burned in skirmishes, felt the weight of their rifles like anchors dragging them down. Some cursed their generals openly, though quietly, fearing reprisal. Confusion spread like a fog, thick and suffocating. For Ludendorff, the intercepted messages were a weapon sharper than any sword. He could feel the balance shifting with each new report. "Here," he told his staff, pointing to Samsonov's exposed flank. "We will strike here." His voice carried urgency, his eyes blazing with energy. Hindenburg nodded, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Then we will crush them." The room smelled of leather and gun oil, of sweat and confidence. They knew they held a secret that Samsonov could never guess, that every word he sent by radio was being turned into a dagger pointed at his own heart. The Germans called it their miracle of radio intelligence. But it was not just luck. It was discipline, precision, and the arrogance of an enemy who underestimated the importance of secrecy. In modern terms, it was as if one side fought with blindfolds on while the other wore night vision goggles. Every step the Russians took lit up on German maps. Every delay, every miscommunication, every careless word sent over the air widened the trap. And yet, the Germans knew this advantage could not last forever. If the Russians realized their blunder, if they tightened their security, the window would close. Time was of the essence. The Eighth Army had to act quickly, decisively, before Samsonov and Rennenkampf found their footing. The codebreakers continued to work without pause, their ears ringing, their hands cramped, their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Every message mattered. Every intercepted word was a thread in the noose tightening around Samsonov's army. By late August, the picture was complete. The Germans knew where Rennenkampf was. They knew where Samsonov was. And most importantly, they knew how far apart the two armies had drifted. It was the opening they had prayed for, the one chance to turn weakness into strength. The trap was ready to be set. The men in Königsberg removed their headphones, their ears buzzing with static, their hands blackened with ink. They passed the final reports to Ludendorff and Hindenburg, who stood over their maps in silence, the flicker of candlelight dancing in their eyes. Outside, the night air smelled of pine and smoke, heavy with the promise of battle. Inside, the decision was clear. The Germans would gamble everything on this intelligence. And as the first trains prepared to move south, their wheels screeching on the rails, the question hung in the air. Would this invisible war of signals and secrets deliver victory on the battlefield, or drag East Prussia into ruin? The dawn sky above East Prussia glowed faintly pink on August 20th, 1914, when the earth began to tremble. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't a summer storm. It was the roar of Russian artillery announcing itself across the fields near the town of Gumbinnen. German soldiers, still shaking the dew from their boots and rubbing sleep from their eyes, suddenly found themselves staring into the jaws of war. Shells whistled overhead, exploding with a crack that split the morning calm. Smoke curled upward, thick and acrid, stinging nostrils and burning throats. The Battle of Gumbinnen had begun, and within hours, the pride of the German Eighth Army would buckle under the weight of Russia's First Army. German units had expected skirmishes, probing attacks, perhaps a day or two more before the Russians struck in force. Instead, they were met with a tidal wave. Rennenkampf's First Army surged forward with over 100,000 men, their boots pounding the dirt roads, their bayonets flashing like a forest of steel. The rumble of their guns rolled like an earthquake. Civilians peered from shuttered windows as the ground shook. Livestock bolted from barns, and bells in church towers shuddered from the concussions of distant blasts. For East Prussia's people, the war had arrived at their doorsteps with terrifying speed. At the front, German infantry clung to shallow trenches hastily dug in the sandy soil. The air reeked of sweat, damp earth, and cordite. Their rifles cracked back in reply, but the Russian wave was overwhelming. Officers shouted orders hoarse with urgency, their voices nearly drowned by the ceaseless thunder of shells. Horses screamed as shrapnel tore through them, wagons splintered into firewood, and machine guns overheated from constant fire. The neat lines of soldiers the Germans had drilled in peacetime now dissolved into chaos. Men crouching low, covering their heads, or fleeing in terror as the Russian advance pressed harder. Rennenkampf's men attacked with the fury of soldiers eager to wash away the humiliation of their empire's defeat in the Russo-Japanese War nearly a decade earlier. Their artillery boomed with relentless rhythm, pounding German positions until the air itself seemed to shake. Russian infantry surged through the smoke, rifles gripped tightly, faces blackened with powder. Some stumbled over the bodies of their comrades, but pressed on, shouting war cries that carried over the din. The First Army advanced like a storm front, dark and unstoppable. On the German side, commanders scrambled to maintain order. General von Prittwitz, watching reports arrive from the front, felt his pulse quicken with dread. His men were outnumbered nearly 2-1. His lines, carefully marked on maps the night before, were now collapsing under the strain. Messages arrived breathless, scribbled by aides whose uniforms were streaked with dirt and blood. Left flank giving way. Artillery silenced. Retreat imminent. Prittwitz clutched the papers with trembling hands, the ink smudging under his sweat. For the first time, he considered the unthinkable, abandoning East Prussia altogether. But at Gumbinnen, retreat was no longer a choice. It was a reality. German infantry, pushed beyond endurance, began falling back in disorder. Some ran through villages, their faces pale with exhaustion, the smell of burned powder clinging to their uniforms. Farmers and townsfolk watched in horror as their defenders streamed past them, stumbling through fields and pastures, abandoning positions that had been promised to hold. The clamor of retreat, the clatter of dropped rifles, the shouts of officers trying in vain to rally their men, filled the countryside. For the first time since the war began, Germans were retreating on their own soil. Russian soldiers pressed their advantage. They moved into villages, their boots echoing on cobblestone streets, their uniforms streaked with mud and blood. Church bells, once tolling for worship, now rang out in panic as civilians fled. Smoke from burning barns mixed with the oily stench of gunpowder, turning the sky a hazy gray. For the Russians, it was a moment of triumph. They had bloodied the German army on German ground, and the taste of victory was sweet. Their officers congratulated one another, convinced that Rennenkampf's First Army had opened a road into East Prussia. Yet the battle was not all triumph for Russia. Their attacks had cost them dearly. Thousands lay dead or groaning on the fields outside Gumbinnen, their bodies sprawled in unnatural shapes, their cries carried on the wind. The sweet-sour stench of blood hung heavy over the meadows, mingling with crushed grass and scorched earth. Russian supply wagons creaked under the weight of ammunition, struggling to keep up with the forward momentum. The men were tired, their uniforms clinging damp with sweat, their boots worn from endless marches. They had won the ground, but the victory came at a brutal price. 4 German soldiers retreating from Gumbinnen, the shame cut deeper than wounds. They stumbled into temporary encampments, their hands shaking as they cleaned rifles with trembling cloths. The taste of gunpowder lingered in their mouths, their throats dry from dust and smoke. Some cursed their commanders, muttering that they had been thrown into battle too soon, against odds too great. Others sat in silence, staring into campfires, their eyes haunted by the images of comrades left behind. The defeat gnawed at their pride. For an army raised on discipline and tradition, retreat was a bitter humiliation. Back at German headquarters, Prittwitz's panic deepened. He spoke of pulling the Eighth Army back behind the Vistula River, abandoning East Prussia to the Russians. His staff officers stared in shock, their faces pale. The idea was not just military retreat, it was national disgrace. To leave East Prussia undefended was to leave its people, its farms, its cities, to invasion. To many in the room, it smelled of betrayal, the cold stench of failure hanging heavy in the air. But Prittwitz saw only numbers, only the overwhelming tide of Russians. He could not imagine how his small force could resist. In St. Petersburg, news of Gumbinnen electrified Russian leaders. Newspapers proclaimed victory, headlines shouted of German retreat, and Rennenkampf was hailed as a hero. Crowds gathered, waving flags, convinced that Berlin might soon be in reach. The humiliation of the Russo-Japanese War was momentarily forgotten. Russia was avenging itself on German soil, and the people could taste redemption. In cafes and drawing rooms, the talk was of German weakness, of the inevitability of triumph. Few questioned the cost or the fragility of the victory. But beneath the surface, cracks were already forming. Rennenkampf's First Army had pressed forward, but Samsonov's Second Army lagged behind, struggling with poor supply lines and endless marches. The two were drifting apart, their movements poorly coordinated. And though the Russians did not yet realize it, their careless radio transmissions had betrayed their every step to the Germans. What looked like a crushing advance at Gumbinnen was, in truth, the beginning of overextension. The First Army had won ground, but it had also marched farther from its counterpart, leaving Samsonov exposed. For the Germans, defeat at Gumbinnen was devastating, but it was not the end. The humiliation forced change. Berlin, alarmed by Prittwitz's despair, moved swiftly to replace him. Hindenburg and Ludendorff were summoned, men who would not retreat, who would see opportunity in chaos. The Codebreakers in Königsberg continued their work, listening to every careless Russian signal, mapping out the separation between the two armies. And quietly, in the ashes of defeat, the outline of a trap began to form. The fields around Gumbinnen still smoked, the cries of the wounded still echoed across the meadows, and German soldiers licked their wounds in silence. The Russians celebrated, convinced they had broken the enemy's will. But in the shadows, decisions were being made, men were being moved, and a plan was taking shape that would turn this apparent victory into catastrophe. Because while the Russians pushed deeper into East Prussia, unaware of the danger, the Germans were already preparing to strike. The defeat at Gumbinnen would not be remembered as the end of the story, but as the opening chapter in one of the most shocking reversals of fortune in modern military history. In the heart of Berlin, inside the gray stone walls of the General Staff headquarters, panic rippled like a cold wind through the corridors. The telegraph machines clattered, their keys spitting out grim reports from East Prussia, German forces beaten at Gumbinnen, soldiers in retreat, morale collapsing. Then came the message that froze every man in the room. General Maximilian von Prittwitz, commander of the Eighth Army, intended to abandon East Prussia and withdraw behind the Vistula River. The word struck like cannon fire. Abandon East Prussia? It was unthinkable. The Vistula was hundreds of kilometers to the west, far beyond the fertile fields, forests, and towns that had shaped Prussia's soul. To retreat that far was not a maneuver. It was surrender. It meant leaving Königsberg, Allenstein, and countless villages to the Russians. It meant allowing the Tsar's armies to plant their flags on German soil. For the General Staff, men raised on the legend of Frederick the Great and the iron discipline of Prussia, Pritwitz's suggestion smelled of cowardice, its stench heavy in the air. Even the clerks, their hands blackened with ink, looked at one another in disbelief as the words were read aloud. Helmuth von Moltke the Younger, chief of the German General Staff, received the news with a tightening jaw. The room around him felt smaller, the smoke from cigars and lamps pressing down like a suffocating fog. He could almost hear the mocking laughter of France and Britain if Berlin abandoned its eastern provinces without a fight. His mind spun through the consequences: panic in East Prussia, despair in the capital, a devastating blow to national morale. The Kaiser himself would be humiliated, his empire shamed before the world. Moltke knew he had to act, but his options were razor-thin. To understand the depth of the crisis, one must imagine Germany's predicament. The Schlieffen Plan had stripped the East nearly bare to fuel the great hammer blow through Belgium and into France. 90% of Germany's manpower was already locked in the West, their bayonets glinting in the fields of Flanders and Lorraine. Only the Eighth Army, 200,000 men, remained to guard the East. Now, Rennenkampf and Samsonov were pressing with nearly 300,000. It was like a boxer entering the ring with both hands tied, expected to fight two opponents at once. To retreat was logical, some argued. To hold firm was madness. Yet Moltke did not think in terms of logic alone. He thought of honor, of history, of the German people's faith in their army. He saw in Pritwitz's retreat plan not prudence, but paralysis. If East Prussia was abandoned, it would not be easily reclaimed. Worse, it would undermine the Schlieffen gamble in the West, perhaps even derail entirely. For the plan to work, Germany had to appear strong everywhere, even where it was weak. Moltke stared at the maps, his fingers brushing over the rivers and forests of East Prussia. The paper felt rough under his skin, like sandpaper scraping against his nerves. He had to gamble. There was no other choice. In Berlin, the tension was suffocating. The clatter of typewriters, the snapping of boots on marble floors, the smell of sweat and coffee mixed with pipe smoke, it all seemed to vibrate with urgency. Staff officers whispered in corners, their voices hushed, but their faces pale. Rumors spread that the Russians might already be within striking distance of Königsberg. Some spoke of evacuations, others of fortifying Berlin itself. Fear was contagious, spreading faster than the telegraph wires that carried news from the front. And yet, amid the storm, Moltke's decision crystallized. He would not allow East Prussia to be abandoned. He would replace Pritwitz, whose panic had poisoned his command. New leadership was required, steady, unyielding, ruthless if necessary. He summoned Paul von Hindenburg, a retired general with the aura of a national symbol, and paired him with Erich Ludendorff, a firebrand already famed for his role in capturing Liège. Together, they would steady the Eighth Army, restore discipline, and turn chaos into opportunity. It was a gamble, yes, but Moltke believed that only daring could save Germany from disaster. For Pritwitz, the end came swiftly. One moment, he was commander of East Prussia, pacing the floor of his headquarters in Allenstein, wringing his hands as reports piled up on his desk. The next, he was finished, recalled to Berlin, his name already tarnished with whispers of failure. The once proud general now seemed broken, his eyes dull, his shoulders slumped, the sharpness of command stripped away. His fall was not just personal, it was symbolic. In Germany, commanders were expected to embody iron will. Pritwitz had cracked, and history would remember him only for his fear. While Berlin debated, soldiers on the front felt the weight of uncertainty. German infantrymen trudged through fields, their uniforms caked with dirt, their rifles slung low as they fell back from Gumbinnen. The air smelled of burned powder and churn mud. Civilians watched them pass with hollow eyes, children clutching their mothers' skirts as farm wagons rattled past. Rumors raced through the villages. The army is retreating. The Russians are coming. Fear settled in the pit of every stomach. To these people, the Eighth Army was not just a line on a map. It was the only shield between them and the invading Russians. To see it falter was to feel naked before the storm. At the same time, Russian troops pushed westward with growing confidence. Rennenkampf's First Army, still bloodied but proud after Gumbinnen, advanced through East Prussian countryside, their boots raising dust clouds, their banners flapping in the wind. Villages echoed with the tramp of thousands of feet, the clatter of wagons, the neighing of horses. To the Russian soldiers, the campaign felt like destiny, the Tsar's armies carrying war into Germany itself. They smelled victory in the fields, tasted it in the bread seized from abandoned homes. But their very confidence, careless and unchecked, was precisely what the Germans would exploit. Back in Berlin, Moltke's gamble unfolded in secrecy. Orders were dispatched by telegraph and courier, each word heavy with finality. Hindenburg and Ludendorff to take command. Prittwitz relieved. The decision spread like fire through the officer corps. Some felt relief, others unease, but all understood its weight. Germany was no longer retreating. It was preparing to fight. The gamble was now official, written into orders sealed with wax, and carried by men whose boots clattered on cobblestones as they disappeared into the night. Moltke himself bore the weight like a stone in his chest. He knew his critics whispered that he lacked the steel of his famous uncle, Helmuth von Moltke the Elder. He knew the stakes. If the East collapsed, the West might falter too, and the Schlieffen Plan would unravel. But he also knew that history favored the bold. He imagined East Prussia burning, its villages sacked, its people fleeing. He could smell the smoke, taste the bitterness. No, he thought, it would not happen. He would stake everything on the new command and the intelligence pouring in from Königsberg. If Germany was to survive, the Eighth Army must not merely endure, it must win. As the trains prepared to carry Hindenburg and Ludendorff east, Berlin seemed to hold its breath. The streets outside the Reichstag bustled with carriages, the hum of voices rising in beer halls and cafes. But under it all was tension. The city smelled of coal smoke and horse manure, its air thick with late summer heat. People read newspapers by lamplight, scanning the lines about Russian advances, about victories in the West, about uncertainty in the East. They asked questions in hushed tones. Was Prussia safe? Would the army protect them? Or had the unthinkable already begun? The crisis in Berlin was not just about generals and maps. It was about identity. The German Empire, forged in the blood and steel of the 19th century, could not imagine itself yielding its own soil. Pride was a weapon as sharp as any sword, and Moltke intended to wield it. He gambled not only on Hindenburg and Ludendorff, but on the spirit of the men who would fight under them. Outnumbered, battered, and retreating, they would now be asked to turn and face the storm. And so, with the decision made, the fate of East Prussia shifted. The Eighth Army, once led by a man who saw only disaster, would now be commanded by men who saw opportunity in chaos. The Russians, confident in their advance, had no idea what awaited them. The codebreakers in Königsberg continued to intercept every careless Russian transmission. The trap was beginning to take shape. But even as the trains steamed eastward, carrying Germany's new commanders into the heart of the crisis, one question remained. Could resolve and intelligence overcome sheer numbers? Could Moltke's gamble succeed? Or would it doom Germany's east to the very nightmare Prittwitz had feared? The answer would not come in Berlin, but on the blood-soaked fields of East Prussia, where the next chapter of this unfolding storm was about to be written. The train screeched into the station at Hanover, steam hissing, iron wheels grinding, and on the platform stood a man summoned out of retirement to rescue a crumbling front. Paul von Hindenburg, tall and broad as a fortress wall, stepped forward with the calm gravity of someone who seemed carved from stone. He was 66 years old, silver-haired, stoic, his blue eyes steady beneath the shadow of his cap. For most of Germany, he was already a legend, a relic of Prussia's martial tradition, the kind of commander whose presence alone was meant to steady nerves. And in that moment of crisis, his mere arrival carried the weight of salvation. Beside him, A very different figure carried equal importance. Erich Ludendorff, decades younger, eyes flashing with restless fire. He moved with the sharp energy of a man accustomed to winning, his boots striking the platform with crisp confidence. Only weeks earlier, he had stormed Belgian fortresses at Liège, proving himself as aggressive as he was relentless. If Hindenburg was the immovable wall, Ludendorff was the spear thrust forward. Together, their pairing felt almost like myth: calm and fire, age and youth, iron and lightning. For a German army reeling from defeat at Gumbinnen, their arrival was a breath of air and lungs gasping from panic. When they boarded the train east, carrying them toward East Prussia, silence filled the carriage. Outside, fields flickered past, dotted with villages where families stared at the horizon in dread of Russian columns. Inside, maps spread across tables, lit by flickering lanterns, the air thick with the smoke of cigars. Ludendorff bent over the documents, scribbling notes, his lips moving quickly as he muttered plans aloud. Hindenburg listened in silence, hands clasped behind his back, nodding only occasionally, the deep lines of his face unreadable. Between them, a new command was already forming, a command that would gamble everything on one bold maneuver. At Army headquarters, the change was immediate. Where Prittwitz had paced nervously, muttering of retreat, Hindenburg stood unmoving, shoulders square, his presence commanding silence. Officers who had grown accustomed to panic now found themselves steadied by his quiet authority. Ludendorff, meanwhile, injected urgency. He leaned across tables, demanded reports with sharp gestures, issued orders with no hesitation. The smell of ink and hot wax filled the room as couriers rushed out with dispatches, boots pounding down corridors. Soldiers outside the headquarters noticed it too. They whispered that the new generals had brought steel back into their veins. For the Eighth Army, battered and humiliated at Gumbinnen, this change was salvation. Men who had trudged in retreat, shoulders slumped, now straightened their spines. Around campfires, soldiers passed the names of Hindenburg and Ludendorff like talismans. "The old man is here," they said, their voices low but filled with hope. "And Ludendorff with him. We will not retreat again." They sharpened bayonets with renewed determination, the metallic scrape of steel echoing into the night. The smell of wood smoke and damp earth hung over the camps, but the air felt lighter now, infused with resolve. The new commanders faced a dire reality. Samsonov's Second Army was pressing northward with nearly 150,000 men. Rennenkampf's First Army, still celebrating its success at Gumbinnen, advanced from the northeast with another 120,000. Against them, the German Eighth Army had just 200,000, spread thin across villages, forests, and lakes. It was like standing on a narrow bridge, surrounded by giants pressing in from both ends. Yet within that desperate situation, Hindenburg and Ludendorff saw not defeat, but possibility. The possibility came from intelligence. In Königsberg, German codebreakers continued to intercept Russian messages, their ears pressed to headphones, their hands flying across paper. They passed reports that confirmed what the new commanders suspected. Rennenkampf and Samsonov were not cooperating. Their hatred for one another meant their armies were drifting apart, leaving a widening gap between them. To Hindenburg and Ludendorff, that gap was not empty space. It was opportunity. They could strike Samsonov's isolated Second Army before Rennenkampf even realized what was happening. The trap they envisioned was simple in theory, brutal in execution. Use railways to shift troops quickly south, reinforce the line against Samsonov, then encircle him from both flanks. Like a fisherman casting a net, they would draw the cords tighter and tighter until the Russian army was trapped inside. To explain it plainly, imagine two doors slamming shut in perfect synchronization, leaving no room for escape. But to achieve it required timing, discipline, and above all, courage. If Rennenkampf moved faster than expected, if the Russians realized what was happening, the Germans risked being crushed between the two massive armies. Hindenburg listened to the plans quietly, nodding slowly, absorbing every detail. Ludendorff paced the room, tapping his finger on maps, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "We will not retreat behind the Vistula," he declared. "We will strike." His certainty was contagious. Officers leaned forward, their doubts easing. The smell of sweat and tobacco hung heavy in the headquarters, but the mood shifted from despair to grim determination. For the first time in days, the word victory no longer felt like fantasy. Out in the countryside, the preparations began. German trains screamed across the rails at night, their whistles echoing in the dark, sparks flying from iron wheels. Soldiers crowded into carriages, their faces dimly lit by lanterns, the clatter of rifles against wooden floors filling the air. They could smell grease and coal smoke, taste dust as the trains barreled south. When they disembarked, officers barked orders with new urgency, pushing them into positions that felt purposeful, deliberate. Every man sensed something was building. The chaos of Gumbinnen was giving way to coordination. Civilians felt the change as well. Villagers who had watched the army retreat days earlier now saw fresh columns marching with discipline, their boots striking the cobblestones in unison, bayonets gleaming in the sun. Children waved timidly from windows. Mothers offered bread. Priests stood at crossroads blessing the troops. The fear that had choked East Prussia began to lift, replaced by fragile hope. The people could smell gunpowder in the wind, hear the distant rumble of artillery, but now they also saw resolve in the faces of the soldiers. Still, the danger was immense. Samsonov's men were advancing deeper every day, their columns winding through the forests and fields, their supply lines stretched, but their confidence high. Russian soldiers sang folk songs as they marched, their voices carrying through the pines, rifles clutched tight, their uniforms dusty from endless miles. They passed through villages abandoned by civilians, bread still cooling on window sills, chickens running wild in empty yards. They believed they were marching toward glory. They had no idea they were being led into a snare. Within German headquarters, the planning grew feverish. Maps sprawled across tables, pins marking Russian positions. Ludendorff's hand moved constantly, drawing arcs, shifting corps, rearranging divisions like pieces on a chessboard. Hindenburg stood back, his massive frame looming, occasionally giving a single word of approval or disapproval. The two men worked in rhythm, different in temperament, but united in purpose. Around them, aides scribbled notes, couriers dashed in and out, and the hum of telegraph wires carried the pulse of war through the night. For the men of the Eighth Army, it was no longer a question of survival alone. They could feel in their bones that they were part of something larger, a plan daring enough to change their fortunes. They sat around fires at night, cleaning rifles, their hands blackened with soot and oil. They shared scraps of bread, the smell of charred crust filling the air, while whispering rumors that the Russians were walking into a trap. Some laughed for the first time in days. Others sat in silence, clutching crucifixes or family photographs, praying they would live long enough to see the plan succeed. The arrival of Hindenburg and Ludendorff did more than shift strategy. It restored faith. It turned fear into resolve, despair into defiance. Yet their plan was a razor's edge. Success meant annihilating Samsonov's Second Army in one of the most stunning victories of modern warfare. Failure meant destruction, not only of the Eighth Army, but of East Prussia itself. Every man knew it. Every order carried the taste of risk. And so, as August wore on, trains thundered, boots marched, and the pieces moved into place. The fields of East Prussia, shimmering in the late summer sun, hit a gathering storm. Russian columns pressed deeper, unaware of the jaws waiting to snap shut. German soldiers, steadied by new leadership, braced themselves for the fight of their lives. The codebreakers in Königsberg kept listening, catching every careless Russian word, feeding the trap with precision. In the flickering light of headquarters lanterns, Hindenburg and Ludendorff shared a final glance across the map of East Prussia. One man calm as stone, the other burning with fire. The trap was ready. But could it be sprung in time? Before Rennenkampf moved, before Samsonov realized his danger, before East Prussia collapsed under the weight of invasion? The answer would come not in the safety of maps and plans, but in the roar of guns and the cries of men on the battlefield. The moment of decision was approaching. The lamp burned low in the German headquarters, its flame flickering against maps scattered across the table. The air smelled of stale tobacco, sweat, and the sharp tang of ink. Hindenburg sat silently, his massive frame casting a shadow over the room, while Ludendorff paced, his boots echoing against the wooden floor. The situation was dire. Samsonov's Russian Second Army was pushing north. Rennenkampf's First Army loomed to the east, and Germany's Eighth Army stood badly outnumbered. The air was heavy with tension, the kind that made every man's throat feel dry, every breath taste of dust. Then, from the corner of the room, a voice spoke with clarity that cut through the haze. It belonged not to the famous generals, but to a staff officer, a man named Max Hoffmann. Hoffmann was no towering figure of legend. He did not command legions, nor did he stride in a battle with a saber at his side. He was a thinker, a strategist, the kind of soldier who wielded not rifles or bayonets, but insight and calculation. Short, round-faced, with spectacles perched on his nose, Hoffmann looked more like a schoolteacher than a warrior. But in this moment, his mind would prove sharper than steel. He understood the enemy better than anyone in that room. He had studied Russia's generals, their habits, their flaws, their personal rivalries. And he saw, with startling clarity, how those flaws could be turned into a weapon. He leaned over the map, his fingers smudging the wax pencil lines that marked Russian advances. The gap between Rennenkampf and Samsonov was widening, not shrinking. Where Prittwitz had seen only doom, Hoffmann saw opportunity. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice calm but urgent, "the Russians are not working together. Rennenkampf will not march to support Samsonov. Their hatred runs too deep." He paused, letting the words sink in. Hindenburg's heavy-lidded eyes flickered. Ludendorff stopped pacing. The room grew still, the silence broken only by the distant hum of the telegraph wires. Hoffmann explained further, his hands tracing arcs across the map. Samsonov's army, advancing from the south, was plunging deeper into East Prussia, its flanks dangerously exposed. Rennenkampf, after his victory at Gumbinnen, had pressed west instead of turning south. The two armies were drifting apart, leaving a gap that stretched like an open wound. "We can exploit this," Hoffmann insisted. "If we shift our forces south by rail, we can strike Samsonov's Second Army before Rennenkampf realizes his mistake. We can surround them, crush them, end them." The idea was audacious. Encirclement was a maneuver as old as war itself, cutting off an enemy from retreat, surrounding him on all sides, forcing surrender or destruction. To a civilian, it was like trapping prey in a net and pulling the cords tight until there was no escape. But to attempt it with a smaller army, outnumbered nearly 2-1, required daring and precise timing. One misstep, and the Germans would be crushed between the jaws of two Russian forces. Yet Hoffmann spoke with the certainty of a man who had already run the calculations in his mind. He trusted not only the geography of East Prussia, but the psychology of Russia's generals. Hindenburg listened without interruption, his face unreadable. Ludendorff leaned forward, his eyes burning with interest. He was a man of action, hungry for a bold stroke, and Hoffmann was offering him exactly that. The plan fit the desperate circumstances like a key sliding into a lock. But beyond the headquarters, the soldiers who would carry it out were tired, bloodied, and shaken by defeat. Could they be asked to gamble everything on a maneuver so risky? The generals exchanged glances, the air thick with unspoken doubts. Hoffmann, however, pressed on, his voice unwavering. He reminded them that intelligence was on their side. From Königsberg, German codebreakers were feeding them a steady stream of Russian transmissions, each one confirming the split between Rennenkampf and Samsonov. The Russians were careless, broadcasting orders openly, as though no enemy could hear. Hoffman tapped the telegrams with his finger. "They have given us their playbook," he said. "They tell us where they will be, when they will march. We know them better than they know themselves." His confidence was intoxicating. Slowly, doubt gave way to determination. The staff leaned in, watching as Hoffman drew the outlines of the trap. German corps would strike Samsonov from the north and west, while other units held firm in the south. A hammer would fall from both flanks, driving the Russians inward, cutting them off from retreat. "We do not have to defeat both Russian armies at once," he explained. "We need only destroy one. And once we destroy one, the other will falter." It was elegant in its simplicity, ruthless in its execution. The kind of plan only a strategist with Hoffman's insight could see. For the soldiers in the field, Hoffman's plan translated into sleepless nights and grueling marches. Trains clattered along East Prussian rails, carrying men and guns southward. The carriages smelled of grease and coal smoke, packed tight with weary infantry, their eyes bloodshot, their uniforms stiff with dirt. Some dozed against wooden walls, their rifles resting across their knees. Others whispered in low voices, wondering why they were being shifted again, what new fight awaited them. They did not yet know they were being maneuvered into position for one of the most decisive battles of the war. In villages along the way, civilians watched as German columns passed, their boots striking cobblestones with a rhythm that sounded steadier now than it had days earlier. Priests blessed them at crossroads, children offered flowers, women pressed loaves of bread into tired hands. The smell of fresh rye mingled with the acrid scent of gun oil. The soldiers forced smiles, but inside they carried fear. Encirclement meant total commitment. There would be no retreat if the plan failed. Hoffman, meanwhile, worked tirelessly in the background. He was not the face of command like Hindenburg, nor the fiery voice of urgency like Ludendorff. He was the quiet mind behind the curtain, pulling threads others did not see. He had grown up studying Russia, its language, its military traditions. He could almost think like Rennenkampf and Samsonov, anticipating their moves, predicting their mistakes. In war, knowledge is as deadly as bullets, and Hoffman's knowledge would soon prove catastrophic for Russia's Second Army. The plan began to take shape in detail. German First Corps, under General Francois, would move against Samsonov's left flank. General Mackinson's corps would strike from the west. At the same time, General Below's corps would hold firm in the south, preventing Russian escape. Together, their movements would form the jaws of the trap, closing tighter and tighter until Samsonov's army was cut off entirely. The map bristled with arrows, lines, and shaded areas that smelled of wax and ink. But those lines would soon become rivers of blood. For Hindenburg, the plan offered steadiness. For Ludendorff, it offered glory. For Hoffman, it offered vindication, the chance to prove that intellect could outmatch brute numbers. But none of them underestimated the danger. Rennenkampf's First Army still loomed to the northeast. If he moved quickly enough, he could fall upon the Germans while they executed their trap. It was a race against time, a gamble that required nerves of steel. Every hour mattered. Every intercepted signal carried the weight of life or death. In the camps, the soldiers prepared for what lay ahead. They cleaned their rifles, the smell of oil thick in the air. They patched worn boots, fingers raw from stitching. They shared meager rations of bread and sausage, chewing in silence, their minds heavy with thoughts of home. The crackle of campfires mixed with a low murmur of prayers. Some men clutched crucifixes, others small photographs of wives or children. They did not know Max Hoffman's name, but they were now living inside his plan. As the final pieces slid into place, the mood in headquarters shifted from despair to anticipation. Hindenburg and Ludendorff gave their approval. The trap would be sprung. Officers dashed to their units. Couriers rode hard through the night, the rhythm of horses' hooves echoing on dirt roads. Telegraph keys clicked furiously, messages racing along wires like sparks. The air hummed with urgency, the kind that made sleep impossible. Hoffman sat quietly at his desk, reviewing the details again and again, his spectacles reflecting the candlelight. Outside, the late August night was still and heavy, the forests of East Prussia silent under the stars. But within that silence, tens of thousands of men moved, their boots thudding against dirt, their breath misting in the cool air. The trap was closing, invisible yet inevitable, guided by the insight of staff officer few would remember, but whose mind had reshaped the battlefield. And as the sun prepared to rise, painting the sky in red and gold, the question lingered in the hearts of every man who waited in those forests and fields. Would the trap snap shut as planned, or would the jaws of encirclement turn instead upon the Germans themselves? The forests of East Prussia seemed calm in late August, their pines whispering in the wind, the air heavy with the smell of resin and late summer earth. But that calm was an illusion. Beneath it thundered the footsteps of nearly 150,000 Russian soldiers. Alexander Samsonov's Second Army pushed deeper and deeper into enemy territory, their boots grinding dust into the roads, their bayonets glinting in the sun. They believed they were advancing toward glory. They did not know they were marching into a trap. The Russian columns stretched for miles, winding like serpents through villages and across fields. The men trudged forward under the weight of rifles and packs, sweat soaking their tunics, their faces streaked with dust. Horses strained at the harnesses of artillery pieces, their flanks lathered with foam. Wagons creaked, the smell of unwashed bodies mixing with the sour stench of spoiled bread and manure. To the soldiers, every mile felt heavier than the last, but they pressed on, fueled by the belief that victory lay just ahead. They had been told the Germans were retreating, that the path into Prussia was open. Few questioned it. Samsonov rode among his men, a stocky figure with a heavy mustache, his uniform coated in dust from the march. He felt the burden of command like a stone pressing on his chest. He knew his army was stretched thin, supply lines lagging behind, men growing weaker by the day. But he also knew his orders. Drive forward, strike deep into Prussia, pin the Germans, and crush them before they could regroup. The Tsar himself expected results. France depended on Russia's pressure in the east. There could be no hesitation. Villages along the route trembled under the weight of the advancing host. Civilians stood in doorways clutching children, the smell of fear mixing with the smoke of hastily abandoned hearths. Some watched silently as columns of Russian soldiers marched past, their bayonets catching the sunlight like cold fire. Others fled, wagons piled with what possessions they could carry, cows and goats driven ahead on dirt roads. The sound of boots, wheels, and horseshoes thundered like a rolling storm. The Second Army was not a passing shadow. It was an avalanche. And yet, beneath the power of its movement, cracks were already showing. Supply wagons lagged miles behind the infantry. Ammunition stocks dwindled. Bread was rationed, and many soldiers chewed raw potatoes dug from fields to quiet their stomachs. Boots split open at the seams, leaving feet blistered and raw. Some men dropped from exhaustion by the roadside, their comrades marching past without pause. The smell of sweat and rot hung heavy over the columns, a reminder that even great armies could rot from within if driven too hard. Samsonov felt these cracks keenly. Reports piled on his desk each night, written in hurried script by tired aides, ammunition delayed, rations insufficient, horses dying along the route. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a trembling hand, staring at maps littered with pins. His headquarters tents smelled of ink and candle wax, but beneath the surface lay dread. He knew his men were close to exhaustion, yet he pressed them harder. Victory, he believed, would compensate for sacrifice. Once the Germans were crushed, supplies could be seized, wounds could be healed. All he needed was one decisive blow. The men at the front felt differently. They lay on the hard ground at night, their blankets damp with dew, their stomachs empty. They stared at the stars through the gaps in the trees, the cold seeping into their bones. They whispered to one another in hushed tones, voices cracked with fatigue. Some spoke of home, of mothers, wives, and children. Others cursed the endless march, spitting into the dust as they rubbed their blistered feet. The smell of wood smoke drifted through the camp, mingling with the low moans of the sick. For them, glory seemed far away, hidden behind the endless trudge of suffering. Despite it all, morale held barely. Officers barked orders, waving sabers and shouting encouragement. Chaplains moved among the men, offering prayers, their voices soft but steady. Songs rose faintly at times. Folk melodies carried weakly on tired voices, reminding soldiers of the homeland they fought to defend. But the songs often ended abruptly, cut short by silence or the sound of distant artillery echoing across the fields. The war was close. They could hear it in the distance, taste it in the dust, feel it in their bones. What Samsonov did not know was that every step forward carried him deeper into danger. The Germans were not retreating blindly. They were moving with precision, shifting troops southward by rail, preparing to strike his flanks. Yet Samsonov's staff, overwhelmed by the chaos of the march, dismissed warnings. They believed the Germans were broken after Gumbinnen, incapable of mounting serious resistance. The Second Army advanced with blind confidence, unaware that it was being funneled into a trap designed to close around it like a steel vise. On the roads, the Russians pressed forward through forests where the air was thick with the smell of pine and damp moss. In open fields, they marched under the relentless sun, their mouths dry, their throats parched. Some filled canteens from muddy streams, the water tasting of dirt and algae. Officers tried to maintain order, but the sheer size of the army made coordination difficult. Columns became tangled, wagons overturned, horses collapsed. The advance slowed at times to a crawl, frustration boiling over in curses and fists slammed against wagon wheels. Still, the army moved on, driven by Samsonov's determination. Samsonov himself carried a sense of foreboding. At night, he walked among his men, his boots crunching on dry earth, his cloak smelling faintly of sweat and dust. He listened to their complaints, offered words of encouragement, but inside, he felt unease gnawing at him. He thought often of Rennenkampf, his rival to the north. Would Rennenkampf come to his aid if needed? Old grudges said no. Samsonov clenched his fists, the memory of Mukden burning in his mind. He knew he might be alone in this fight, yet he could not turn back. To retreat now was unthinkable. The deeper the Second Army advanced, the more isolated it became. Scouts reported no sign of Rennenkampf's forces moving south. Communications lagged, messages delayed or lost entirely. Samsonov's columns stretched thinner and thinner, each mile of road lengthening the distance between units, between supplies, between safety. And still, they pressed forward, unaware of the invisible eyes watching them from afar, unaware that German intelligence had mapped their every move. The land itself seemed to turn hostile. Dust rose in choking clouds along the roads, coating throats and stinging eyes. Forests loomed dark and oppressive, filled with the buzzing of insects and the creak of bending branches. The fields smelled of smoke from abandoned farmhouses, their windows shattered, their barns empty. Villagers whispered of German troops nearby, but the Russians saw none. The silence of the countryside was deceptive. In truth, the Germans were moving, quietly, deliberately, into the positions that would soon close the noose. Samsonov remained unaware. His focus narrowed to the maps before him, the pins marking German positions he believed were in retreat. He convinced himself that victory was close, that his army would soon deliver the crushing blow expected by his superiors in St. Petersburg. His aides moved around him, their faces drawn with fatigue, their uniforms damp with sweat. The flicker of lanterns cast long shadows across the canvas of the command tent, shadows that seemed to creep closer with every passing night. By late August, the Second Army had driven deep into East Prussia, its soldiers exhausted but still advancing, its commander blind to the danger ahead. The Russians believed they were on the brink of triumph. But in reality, each step carried them deeper into encirclement, deeper into a nightmare that would soon engulf them. And as the sun set over the East Prussian forests, painting the sky in streaks of red and gold, the trap tightened silently around Samsonov's men. They did not yet hear it. They did not yet see it. But the jaws were moving, and soon they would snap shut. The Russians marched forward into East Prussia with rifles in their hands, but hunger in their stomachs. They carried the confidence of a vast empire. Yet behind that confidence lurked a fatal weakness. Their supply system was broken before the first shot was fired. And as Samsonov's Second Army pushed deeper into enemy territory, every mile stretched their lifeline thinner, until it was ready to snap. It began with the railways. Russia's rail network was sparse, its tracks too few and too far apart. Trains could deliver men only part of the way, forcing tens of thousands of soldiers to march on foot for days under the late summer sun. German railroads, by contrast, were dense and efficient, built like arteries feeding every corner of East Prussia. The difference was stark. Where German troops could shift by train in hours, Russian soldiers stumbled for days through dust and mud. The smell of coal and grease clung to German carriages, while Russian columns reeked of sweat, horse manure, and exhaustion. Every step forward deepened the problem. Food supplies lagged far behind the infantry. Bread, when it arrived, was hard and moldy, tasting of damp cellars. Soldiers chewed raw potatoes, pulled from fields, the earthy taste mixing with the grit of soil. Others boiled whatever they could find, beets, cabbage leaves, even weeds, into thin soups that reeked more of smoke than nourishment. Hunger gnawed at the men, sapping their strength as they dragged themselves down the roads. For many, the war was not yet defined by bullets or shells, but by the ache of an empty stomach. Ammunition was no better. Boxes of shells and rifle cartridges fell behind, bogged down by poor roads and tired horses. Artillery batteries that thundered at Gumbinnen now found their caissons nearly empty. Soldiers were ordered to conserve bullets, to fire only when certain of a target. Some men carried fewer than 10 rounds into battle. The smell of gun oil still lingered on their rifles, but their barrels were silent. The army of the Tsar, vast in numbers, was already starved of the very tools it needed to fight. Horses collapsed daily. Their ribs jutted through thin hides, their bodies slick with sweat, their nostrils flaring with every labored breath. Wagons broke down, their wheels sinking into rutted roads. Drivers cursed, their voices hoarse from dust, as they tried to push carts free. The roads themselves were little more than dirt tracks, churned into mud by rain or dust by sun. Men coughed and the choking clouds kicked up by thousands of boots. The taste of grit coated their tongues, mixed with the copper tang of blood when lips cracked from dryness. The very earth seemed to conspire against them. The further Samsonov advanced, the more chaotic the columns became. Units became separated, stragglers fell behind, wagons clogged the roads for miles. Commanders lost track of regiments, their shouted orders drowned in the endless noise of marching feet and creaking wheels. At night, camps sprawled unevenly across fields and forests, fires flickering in the darkness, the smell of smoke and unwashed bodies drifting into the air. Exhausted men collapsed on a bare ground, too tired to eat, their snores mingling with the groans of the wounded left untreated. German civilians who had not fled saw the suffering up close. In some villages, Russian soldiers begged for food, their hands trembling as they offered coins for bread or milk. In others, they simply took what they needed, the cries of frightened families echoing as cellars were emptied, barns stripped bare. Chickens squawked, pigs squealed, the smell of freshly slaughtered animals mixing with the reek of sweat. The proud liberators of the Slavic people already looked like raiders, their discipline fraying under the weight of hunger. Samsonov knew the strain was immense. Reports piled on his desk, written by weary staff officers whose uniforms were stained with dust and candle wax. Supplies delayed, horses dead, men exhausted. His brow furrowed as he traced the lines of his maps, fingers smudged with ink. But what choice did he have? He had been ordered to advance, to strike deep, to deliver a crushing blow against Germany. France was counting on Russia to keep German troops tied down. The Tsar expected victory. Samsonov swallowed his doubts like bitter medicine and pushed his men onward. But doubts spread like disease among the ranks. Soldiers whispered as they marched, their voices low and bitter. "Where's the bread? Why do we have no bullets? Why do the Germans move faster than us?" Some cursed their officers, others cursed the Tsar himself. The songs that had once lifted spirits grew quiet, replaced by the silence of weary men trudging step after step. Their boots were worn thin, toes poking through leather split from mud and stone. Feet blistered and bled, every step a reminder that the Empire's promise of easy victory was a lie. For Rennenkampf's First Army in the north, the situation was little better. Their supplies also faltered, their soldiers also hungered. Yet their rivalry with Samsonov meant there was no coordination, no sharing of burdens. Each army staggered forward alone, isolated and weakened, while the Germans, with their efficient railways and disciplined supply trains, shifted fresh troops like pieces on a chessboard. To the Russians, every mile forward felt like progress. To the Germans, it was bait. The contrast was sharpest in artillery. Russian guns were numerous, but starving for shells. German guns, fewer in number, roared with precision, their ammunition delivered quickly by rail. Russian soldiers felt the imbalance in their bones. They huddled in shallow trenches, their nostrils filled with the acrid stink of German shrapnel, while their own guns fell silent. The battlefield became a place of helpless waiting, the whistling of shells followed by screams, the earth shaking beneath their bodies. They clutched empty rifles, hands trembling, and wondered how they were supposed to fight. As the days dragged on, exhaustion transformed into despair. Some soldiers fainted from hunger, their bodies sprawled in the dust until comrades dragged them to the side of the road. Others deserted, slipping into forests, their hearts pounding with fear, their lungs filled with the smell of pine and damp moss. Officers tried to maintain discipline, but their voices cracked with fatigue, their eyes hollow from sleepless nights. The Second Army was still moving forward, but it was bleeding strength with every step. For Samsonov, the pressure became unbearable. He rode through villages filled with exhausted men and dying horses, the stench of decay heavy in the air. He tried to encourage his troops, his words heavy with forced confidence, but he could see the truth in their eyes. They were tired, hungry, and losing faith. He returned to his headquarters each night with his cloak reeking of smoke and sweat, his mind haunted by doubts. Yet he pressed on, convinced that one great victory would redeem the suffering. But the suffering was not just weakness. It was a signal to the Germans that the Russians were stretched to their limit. From Königsberg, German codebreakers intercepted messages confirming shortages and delays. Hindenburg and Ludendorff studied these reports with grim satisfaction. The Second Army was overextended, undersupplied, and vulnerable. The trap was ready to be sprung. Still, the Russians did not see it. Their eyes were fixed forward, on dreams of Berlin, on promises of victory. They did not smell the danger, only the smoke of their own burning wagons. They did not hear the whispers of encirclement, only the groan of tired men and horses. They marched deeper into East Prussia, blind to the jaws closing around them. And as August bled toward its final days, the flaws of Russian logistics had turned their vast army into a giant with feet of clay. They still looked powerful. They still marched with banners flying. But inside, they were hollow, brittle, and crumbling with every mile. The Germans were waiting, their railways humming, their troops shifting into place. The Russians thought they were hunting an enemy in retreat. In truth, they were walking straight into a snare. And soon, the strain of hunger, exhaustion, and chaos would meet the steel of German resolve. The disaster was almost upon them. The night sky over East Prussia flickered with the glow of lanterns as German staff officers bent over their maps. The air smelled of sweat, tobacco, and candle wax, the silence broken only by the scratching of pencils and the faint hum of telegraph wires. Outside, the rattle of trains echoed in the distance, wheels screeching against steel, carrying men and guns south. It was here, in these hours of sleepless planning, that the Germans began to shape the trap that would decide the fate of Samsonov's Second Army. The idea was simple but bold. Instead of retreating before the larger Russian forces, the Germans would use their superior railways to shift entire corps southward in secret. They would leave a screen of troops to watch Rennenkampf's First Army in the north, while the bulk of their strength struck at Samsonov's exposed flanks. Encirclement was the goal. Close the jaws from east and west, trap the Russians in the middle, and destroy them utterly. To explain it simply, it was like letting an enemy walk into a valley, then sealing both ends with boulders. Once inside, there would be no way out. Hindenburg listened in silence as his staff laid out the plan, his heavy features calm, his deep-set eyes fixed on the map. Beside him, Ludendorff leaned forward, stabbing his finger at the red arrows that marked Samsonov's advance. His voice was sharp, urgent. Here. We hit him here, and here. We pull everything south. We leave Rennenkampf alone. He will not come. The officers around the table exchanged uneasy glances. To leave Rennenkampf unchecked was a risk. If the First Army turned south unexpectedly, the Germans could be caught between two Russian giants. But Ludendorff's certainty was unshakable, fueled by intercepted messages and the quiet confidence of Max Hoffmann's insight. The railways were the key. East Prussia's network of tracks was dense, spiderwebbing across the countryside, built to move troops quickly to any frontier. German trains could carry entire divisions overnight, shifting them from one sector to another before the Russians even realized they had gone. Russian railroads, by contrast, sputtered out miles behind their armies, forcing Samsonov's men to march endlessly on foot. The difference was more than convenience. It was speed, precision, and deception rolled into one. The Germans could appear where they were least expected, like shadows darting across the land. And so the trains began to move. By night, locomotives thundered down the tracks, their smokestacks belching plumes of coal that lingered in the cool air. The shriek of metal wheels carried across the forests, mingling with the croak of frogs in the marshes. Soldiers packed into carriages, pressed shoulder to shoulder, the air inside hot and stinking of sweat, grease, and smoke. Some dozed fitfully against wooden walls, rifles resting across their laps. Others sat awake, staring into the dark countryside flashing past the windows, their stomachs knotted with fear and anticipation. They did not know the full plan, but they knew something decisive was coming. In villages near the rail lines, civilians watched with wide eyes as the trains roared past. Children counted the cars, mouths open in awe, while mothers clutched shawls tight against the night air. The sight of so many troops moving with purpose gave them a flicker of hope. East Prussia had trembled in fear since the Russians crossed the border. Now it seemed as if the army was no longer running, but preparing to strike back. Farmers smelled the coal smoke drifting across their fields and whispered prayers of thanks that their homeland might yet be saved. Inside German headquarters, tension built with each new report. Scouts confirmed Samsonov's Second Army was plunging deeper into East Prussia, its flanks dangling in the open. Rennenkampf remained far to the northeast, advancing slowly, his movements erratic. The trap was beginning to align, but timing was everything. If the jaws closed too soon, Samsonov might slip away. If they closed too late, the Russians might discover the maneuver and fight their way out. Hoffmann reminded them that intelligence was their advantage. The Russians continued to broadcast orders uncoded, their voices spilling secrets into the ether. Each intercepted message confirmed the same truth. Samsonov was blind to the danger. For the soldiers, the shift southward was grueling. They disembarked from trains only to march long hours across fields and forests, their boots sinking into sandy soil, their uniforms clinging with sweat. The air smelled of pine sap and dust, their mouths dry, their shoulders aching from heavy packs. Yet unlike the Russians, They moved with coordination. Orders were clear, officers decisive, supply wagons kept pace. The men could feel the difference. They were not stumbling in chaos, but being positioned like pieces on a board, every move deliberate, every step part of a larger design. Still, the risk loomed large. Officers whispered about Rennenkampf. If the Russian First Army turned south, the Germans would be caught between hammer and anvil. The thought made stomachs churn, palms sweat, tempers fray. But Ludendorff dismissed the fear. He trusted Hoffmann's reading of the Russian rivalry, trusted that Rennenkampf would not march to save Samsonov. They hate each other too much, he said flatly, his voice cold with certainty. One will not come to the other's rescue. It was a gamble built not only on strategy, but on human pride and bitterness. Samsonov, meanwhile, drove his men further into East Prussia, unaware of the walls closing around him. His columns stretched for miles, their ranks thinned by exhaustion and hunger. Soldiers trudged forward with heads bowed, the smell of sweat and horse dung hanging heavy in the air. Villages they passed were stripped bare, wells drained, barns empty. Still, Samsonov believed he was chasing a retreating enemy. He could almost taste victory, the redemption that would erase the shame of Mukden a decade earlier. His men followed, blind to the fact that every step carried them deeper into the snare. For the Germans, the moment of decision drew closer. Maps bristled with arrows, pins marking corps, sliding into place. Francois to the west, Mackinson to the north, below to the south. Each would strike in coordination, closing off Samsonov's army from retreat. The headquarters tent smelled of wax and tobacco, its canvas walls quivering in the wind as officers argued over timing. Ludendorff slammed his fist against the table, his voice cutting through the noise. We strike now, or we lose everything. Hindenburg said little, but his silence carried authority. His nod was enough. The plan was set. As August nights grew colder, the trap took its final shape. German divisions crouched in forests, the damp smell of moss and pine needles heavy around them. Artillery stood in silence, horses stamping their hooves, their breaths steaming in the air. Infantry lay in fields, their hands wrapped around rifle stocks, listening to the distant rumble of Russian columns. The men felt the tension like static in the air, every nerve strung tight. They knew something immense was about to unfold. And then, the final orders went out. Couriers galloped through the night, their horses' hooves thundering on dirt roads. Telegraph wires hummed with urgency, sparks flying as messages raced down the lines. Officers barked commands, the crack of their voices cutting the silence. Soldiers rose, tightening belts, adjusting helmets, gripping rifles until their knuckles whitened. The air was thick with smoke from campfires, the taste of ash on their tongues, the smell of damp earth in their nostrils. The Germans had prepared their trap. Samsonov's men were inside it, still unaware, still pressing forward with weary determination. Soon, the jaws would close. But would they close tightly enough? Would Rennenkampf remain distracted, or would he move in time to save his rival? The gamble was set in motion, and there was no turning back. The next hours would decide not only the fate of Samsonov's Second Army, but the fate of East Prussia itself. The fields around Orlau and Frankenau looked deceptively peaceful on the morning of August 24th. A thin mist clung to the meadows, cattle lowed in the distance, and the wooden spires of village churches rose quietly against the horizon. Then, without warning, the silence shattered. Artillery thundered, echoing across the valleys. German shells burst among the advancing Russians, tearing earth and men into fragments. Smoke rolled low across the ground, acrid and choking, turning farmland into a battlefield. The clash at Orlau-Frankenau had begun, and with it, the first test of the German plan. For Samsonov's Second Army, the advance had felt relentless but unchallenged. His soldiers, hungry and weary, believed they were chasing an enemy in retreat. Instead, outside the villages of Orlau and Frankenau, they slammed into German forces that were not running but standing firm. The shock was immediate. Russian infantry, trudging forward with rifles slung on sore shoulders, suddenly found themselves under precise German fire. The crack of Mauser rifles echoed from tree leans, bullets snapping past ears, slamming into flesh. Men dropped into the dust, clutching wounds, their comrades stumbling around them in confusion. The Germans had chosen their ground carefully. Francois's First Corps, battle-hardened and eager to redeem themselves after Gumbinnen, entrenched on ridges and behind hedgerows. Machine guns were hidden in barns and haystacks, their barrels glinting faintly in the morning light. Artillery pieces, positioned on higher ground, hurled shells into the Russian columns. To the Russian soldiers, it felt as though the very landscape had turned hostile, every hedge and field concealing fire. The air stank of cordite and churned earth, ears rang with the thunder of explosions, and the ground shook beneath their boots. Samsonov's men pressed forward regardless. Officers waved swords, their voices hoarse from shouting orders. Regimental banners flapped in the smoke, red and gold against the gray haze. Soldiers raised bayonets and surged across the fields, their boots sucking in mud, their lungs burning with exertion. They shouted war cries, hoping to drown their fear in noise. But the Germans did not break. Their volleys were disciplined, their fire controlled. Russian charges slammed against German lines like waves breaking against cliffs, powerful but unable to erode the defenses. For the villagers trapped in Orlau and Frankenau, the battle was a nightmare. Families huddled in cellars, the smell of damp earth and smoke filling their nostrils. The walls shook with every artillery blast, glass shattered from windows, and the cries of frightened children echoed beneath the thunder of war. Some fled into forests, carrying only what they could hold, their hearts pounding, their ears filled with the screams of animals left behind. War had arrived at their doorsteps, and it came with fire and iron. German soldiers fought with grim determination. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat, their hands blistered from hauling ammunition, their throats raw from smoke and dust. Machine gunners poured fire until barrels glowed red, the smell of hot metal sharp in the air. Artillery crews worked furiously, shells scraping against crates, hands blackened with powder. Infantry crouched low, fingers slick with mud as they reloaded, eyes wide as they watched Russian columns loom out of the haze. They knew they were outnumbered, but they also knew this fight was more than survival. It was the opening move in a greater plan. Russian soldiers, meanwhile, pushed forward with sheer mass. The ground was littered with the fallen, their blood staining the soil, yet fresh ranks kept coming. Horses screamed as shrapnel tore into their flanks, collapsing in spasms that toppled wagons. The smell of burning hay filled the air as barns caught fire, smoke billowing upward in black columns. The battlefield became chaos, men slipping in mud, officers rallying shattered units, stretcher-bearers stumbling under the weight of the wounded. The cries of "Peered! Forward!" rose again and again, but each surge seemed to melt against the German defense. Francois, commanding the German First Corps, watched the fighting closely from his position on higher ground. He was a stern, stubborn officer, unwilling to yield an inch. His reports later noted the ferocity of the Russian assault, the sheer number of men thrown against his positions. But he also saw the exhaustion in their ranks, their poor coordination, their lack of ammunition, their growing confusion. To Francois, it was proof that the Russians could be beaten, that discipline and planning could outweigh numbers. His resolve stiffened with every hour of battle. As the day wore on, the clash at Orlau-Frankenau settled into brutal, grinding combat. Russian soldiers tried flanking maneuvers, slipping through woods where the air was thick with pine resin and smoke. German patrols met them with rifle fire, the echoes sharp and deadly in the trees. Skirmishes erupted in farmyards, men grappling with bayonets among wagons and livestock pens, the smell of blood and manure mingling in the heat. Every corner of the battlefield became contested ground, every hedgerow fought over with ferocity. For the Russian rank and file, the frustration grew unbearable. Their stomachs growled with hunger, their ammunition belts hung light. Many fired until their pouches were empty, then gripped rifles as clubs, swinging wood and steel in desperate close combat. The sweat on their bodies turned cold as evening shadows stretched across the fields. Officers tried to drive them forward, but exhaustion weighed heavier than orders. Slowly, the assaults began to falter. The Germans sensed the shift. As Russian charges lost momentum, German counterfire grew more confident. Machine guns rattled longer bursts. Artillery shells landed with greater precision, their concussions pounding the earth like drumbeats. German infantry advanced cautiously from their positions, bayonets fixed, rifles steady. The clash that had begun as a Russian push now threatened to turn against them. For the first time, Samsonov's men felt the sting of uncertainty. Samsonov himself, riding among his staff, received conflicting reports. Some officers insisted victory was near, that German forces were wavering, their defenses close to collapse. Others warned of heavy losses, of units scattered and disorganized. The smell of sweat and horse dung surrounded his headquarters, the shouts of messengers blending with the constant rumble of distant guns. He clenched his jaw, his mind torn between ambition and reality. He had promised a decisive advance, and he feared the shame of failure. Reluctantly, he ordered his men to press on. As dusk fell, the battlefield glowed red with burning barns and smoldering fields. The air was thick with ash, the cries of the wounded rising into the night. German soldiers dug in deeper, their silhouettes dark against the fires. Russian soldiers huddled in shallow pits, their bodies trembling with fatigue, their uniforms stiff with dry blood. The fighting slowed, but the fields between Orlau and Frankenau were already carpeted with the dead and dying. The clash had not broken Samsonov's army, but had bloodied it badly. Thousands lay fallen, and still the Germans held. For the Eighth Army, this small stand meant more than the ground itself. It proved the Russians could be checked, that their momentum was not unstoppable. It gave Hindenburg and Ludendorff the confidence that their larger encirclement plan could succeed. Orlau-Frankenau was only a skirmish compared to what was coming, but its lessons were invaluable. As night settled, both armies licked their wounds. Fires burned low, casting shadows over the fields of bodies. The smell of smoke and death lingered, carried on the wind. German soldiers whispered that the Russians had shown their hand, that their exhaustion was clear. Russian soldiers whispered of endless German fire, of how every advance seemed to collapse into chaos. The trap had not yet sprung, but it was tightening. Orlau-Frankenau was only the beginning, a test of will and strength. Samsonov still believed he could drive forward. The Germans now knew they could hold and bleed him. And in the quiet hours before dawn, as both armies prepared to fight again, a larger question hung over the fields of East Prussia. Had the Russians unknowingly stepped one pace closer to their destruction? The village of Ustaw sat quietly on the East Prussian plain, its wooden houses clustered around a narrow road, its fields of rye swaying under the late August sun. For a moment, it looked untouched by the chaos engulfing the region. Then the thunder of Russian guns shattered the stillness. Shells screamed overhead, smashing into farmsteads, sending roofs tumbling into splinters. Smoke billowed black against the sky, the air thick with dust and the acrid stench of powder. The Russians had arrived in force, and the Germans waiting in Ustaw braced themselves for a brutal test. Samsonov's Second Army, despite hunger and exhaustion, pushed stubbornly onward. Ustaw was not just another village. It was a stepping stone deeper into East Prussia, part of the path to cutting off the Germans' retreat. Russian commanders believed the Germans were still falling back, still weakened after Gumbinnen. They ordered fresh assaults, their voices hoarse as they pointed their swords forward. Columns of infantry moved into the fields around Ustaw, bayonets fixed, rifles at the ready. The men trudged through dry earth that clung to their boots, the sun beating down on their backs, their mouths dry from thirst. The Germans, however, were not retreating. They were dug in. Behind hedgerows and low ridges, machine guns were set up in concealed positions. Artillery batteries crouched on higher ground, their barrels glinting in the sun, their crews sweating as they loaded shell after shell. Infantrymen crouched in trenches, their uniforms caked with mud, their rifles gleaming with fresh oil. They could smell the sharp tang of powder, the damp earth under their hands, the sweat running into their eyes. Orders whispered down the line told them to hold at all costs. The clash came swiftly. Russian artillery opened the way, shells bursting across the German lines, splintering trees, tearing craters into the soil. The concussion slammed into soldiers' chests, the sound so loud it rattled teeth. Dirt rained down on helmets, shrapnel hissed through the air. Then, through the smoke, Russian infantry surged forward, bayonets catching flashes of light. Their boots pounded the ground in unison, their shouts rising above the chaos. It was a wall of men, desperate, determined, overwhelming in number. German rifles answered in disciplined volleys. Mauser bullets cracked across the fields, cutting through the advancing ranks. Men dropped in the dirt, clutching their chests, their screams piercing the roar of battle. Machine guns rattled from hidden barns, their barrels spitting fire until the smell of overheated metal filled the air. Entire Russian companies crumpled under the barrage, their banners falling into the dust. Yet still, they came on, driven by orders, pride, and the fear of turning back. The fields around Ustav became killing grounds. Rye burned in great patches, the sweet smell of charred grain mixing with the stench of blood. Horses bolted as shells exploded among them, their terrified cries echoing over the fields. Russian soldiers crawled forward on their bellies, their uniforms torn, their hands bleeding from grasping at thorns and roots. German defenders hurled grenades, the blast sending dirt and smoke high into the air. The noise was relentless, rifles snapping, shells shrieking, men shouting and dying in waves. Samsonov's officers pushed their men harder, waving swords, screaming themselves hoarse. They believed the Germans must surely break. They were outnumbered, after all, and Russian numbers had carried the day at Gumbinnen. But the Germans fought with the desperation of men defending their homeland. They fired until their shoulders bruised from recoil, until their rifles grew hot in their hands. Sweat ran down their backs, their mouths filled with the taste of dirt and smoke. They refused to give ground. The Russian push slowed, then faltered. Units became tangled, men lost sight of their officers, and confusion spread. Ammunition belts hung light, many soldiers carrying only a handful of cartridges. Some threw themselves into shallow ditches for cover, panting, their ears ringing, their nerves frayed. Others pressed forward blindly, stumbling into bursts of machine gun fire that cut them down in rows. The fields were littered with bodies, the cries of the wounded carrying above the crack of rifles. For the civilians of Ustav, the nightmare was inescapable. Families who had hidden in cellars choked on smoke that seeped through floorboards. The ground shook with each shell, glass shattered in windows, doors splintered from shockwaves. Some villagers fled through orchards, the smell of apples crushed underfoot, the whistle of bullets snapping past their ears. They carried nothing but fear, their eyes wide as they ran from the firestorm engulfing their homes. As the sun began to sink, the battlefield glowed with fire. Burning wagons sent black columns of smoke into the sky. The orange flicker of flames lit the faces of men locked in desperate struggle. German counterfire grew stronger as more artillery was brought to bear. Russian officers pleaded with their men to rally, but exhaustion had hollowed them out. Their advance stalled. Some units broke entirely, stumbling back through the smoke, their boots dragging, their rifles hanging limp in their hands. The Germans had held Ustav. They were bloodied, battered, but unbroken. Their trenches reeked of sweat and cordite, their uniforms stiff with grime. Men slumped against parapets, gulping canteens of lukewarm water, their ears still ringing. They looked out across fields littered with Russian dead and realized they had survived another test. It was not just survival. It was proof. Proof that the Russians could be stopped, that the myth of their unstoppable advance was crumbling. But for Samsonov, the failure at Ustav was another burden. Reports arrived at his headquarters, carried by exhausted messengers whose uniforms were torn and faces gray with dust. Heavy losses. Enemies still holding. Advance stalled. Samsonov rubbed his temples, the maps before him smeared with sweat and candle wax. He had promised progress, and instead his men were bleeding on the fields of East Prussia. His supply lines were stretched, his soldiers starving, his trust in Rennenkampf non-existent. Yet he could not halt. Orders from St. Petersburg demanded pressure, demanded victory. His only choice was to push forward again. The German command, meanwhile, saw Ustav as confirmation that their gamble could succeed. Ludendorff studied reports with fierce satisfaction, his eyes darting across the maps as he plotted the next moves. Hindenburg remained calm, his deep voice steady as he approved the encirclement plan taking shape. And Max Hoffmann, the quiet mind behind the operation, pointed again and again at the widening gap between Samsonov and Rennenkampf. The Russians had battered themselves at Orlau-Frankenau and Ustav, yet still remained blind to the danger. As night fell, the battlefield quieted only in sound, not in suffering. The groans of the wounded drifted over the fields, mingling with the crackle of fires devouring barns and haystacks. The smell of blood, smoke, and scorched earth hung heavy in the still air. German stretcher-bearers moved cautiously among the fallen, their lanterns flickering, their boots crunching on debris. Russian soldiers lay where they had fallen, many beyond help, their faces pale under the moonlight. The clash at Ustav had not decided the campaign, but it had shown the direction of its momentum. The Russians had thrown themselves forward and been repelled. The Germans had stood firm, buying precious time to tighten their trap. The fields of East Prussia were no longer markers of Russian progress, but of Russian overreach. And as Samsonov ordered his weary men to prepare for yet another advance, unaware of the jaws closing around him, the question grew heavier with every hour. How much longer could the Second Army push forward before the trap snapped shut? The morning of August 25th broke with a strange stillness on the northern edge of Samsonov's advance. The fields were drenched in mist, the air damp and heavy, carrying the faint smell of rye and smoke from distant farms. Russian soldiers moved cautiously through the haze, their boots squelching in wet earth, their rifles clutched tight. They believed the Germans were still retreating, scattered and weak after Gumbinnen. But just beyond the veil of fog, Francois' German I Corps was waiting. And when the fog lifted, it would not be retreat the Russians found, but a wall of fire. Francois had been cautious at first, stubborn even. He had argued with Ludendorff, demanding proper artillery before committing his men. Days earlier, his refusal to attack had caused bitter exchanges at headquarters. But now, with heavy guns in place and the Russian Second Army overextended, Francois unleashed his corps with the full force of German discipline. At dawn, his artillery opened fire. The roar was deafening, a rolling thunder that shook the ground, sending birds shrieking into the sky. Shells burst among Russian formations, flinging men and earth high into the air. The acrid smell of powder spread quickly, burning in lungs and throats. Russian infantry reeled under the bombardment. Columns that had marched confidently into East Prussia now splintered, men diving for cover in shallow ditches, ears ringing, faces blackened with soot. Officers screamed orders that vanished under the crashing roar. Horses screamed as shrapnel ripped into their flanks. Wagons toppled, and the fields became a maze of fire and chaos. The Second Army had already been weakened by hunger, exhaustion, and poor supply. Now it staggered under the weight of German steel. Then, Francois infantry advanced. Out of the haze they came, rows of gray uniforms, rifles raised, bayonets glinting in the pale light. Their boots struck the ground in steady rhythm, the creak of leather and the clatter of kit blending with the metallic click of bolts sliding forward. Machine guns rattled behind them, spitting fire into Russian positions. The Germans moved with precision, their volleys controlled, their lines unbroken. To the Russians, it must have felt as though the mist itself had solidified into a wall that marched forward inexorably. Russian soldiers tried to resist. They fired back desperately, smoke rising from their barrels, the taste of powder sharp on their tongues. Some launched countercharges, shouting hoarsely as they ran through mud and smoke. But their lines wavered. Ammunition was scarce, coordination poor. Men fired until their belts were empty, then gripped rifles like clubs, swinging wildly in close combat. The clash of steel on steel rang out among the burning fields, the screams of wounded men rising above the chaos. Francois himself watched from a command post, his face stern, his jaw set. This was the moment he had waited for, the chance to prove his corps could turn the tide. His orders came sharp and cold, carried by aides galloping on horseback, their uniforms spattered with mud. Press them harder. Close the gap. Drive the back. The Germans were not simply holding the northern flank. They were slamming it shut like the jaw of a trap. For the Russian rank and file, the weight of the assault was unbearable. Soldiers fell back in disarray, stumbling through fields littered with bodies, their nostrils filled with the stench of blood and burned grain. Officers tried to rally them, waving swords, but their voices cracked with despair. The ground beneath their boots was slick with mud and gore, every step a struggle, every breath choked by smoke. Many dropped their rifles and fled, only to be cut down by German fire. Others stood stubbornly, firing until the last cartridge, before collapsing where they stood. The civilians of nearby villages cowered in terror. Ustaw and its neighbors had already seen fire and ruin, but now the storm spread north. Houses trembled under artillery blasts, thatched roofs caught fire, and barns collapsed in flames. Families huddled in cellars, the air thick with dust and fear. The cries of children mixed with the distant rumble of guns, a reminder that this was no longer just an army struggle. It was a land being torn apart. As the day wore on, Francois' corps pressed deeper into the Russian flank. Each step drove Samsonov's men further into disarray, compressing them inward, narrowing their room to maneuver. It was the beginning of encirclement, though few Russians realized it yet. To them, it felt like being battered from all sides, every direction filled with fire and death. To the Germans, it was progress, measured not in miles gained but in pressure applied, and how tightly the net was beginning to close. Russian soldiers who survived the northern clash carried grim stories back to Samsonov's headquarters. Their uniforms were torn, their eyes hollow, their voices trembling. The Germans are attacking in force. Their guns are everywhere. We cannot hold. Samsonov listened in silence, his face pale. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. Could Rennenkampf's First Army come to his aid? Could his supply lines deliver what his men needed? He already knew the answers. Rennenkampf was too far, and the supplies were gone. Still, he ordered his men to press forward. Retreat, he believed, would mean disgrace worse than defeat. But Ludendorff and Hindenburg saw something different. Reports from Francois' corps filled them with grim satisfaction. The northern flank was holding, not just holding, but advancing. The trap was no longer just a plan scratched onto maps in candlelit rooms. It was taking shape on the blood-soaked fields of East Prussia. Every Russian pushed back at Ustaw, every unit shattered at Orlau-Frankenau, every flank compressed by Francois' corps made the encirclement more real. The jaws were beginning to close. The soldiers of I Corps, though victorious, were exhausted. They collapsed in their trenches at night, their hands still trembling from hours of combat, their throats raw from shouting. The smell of blood clung to their uniforms. The ringing of artillery still echoed in their ears. They chewed hard bread in silence, staring into the glow of campfires. They knew they had done something vital, though many could not yet see the larger picture. All they knew was that they had fought, bled, and held. And the Russians had broken first. Still, danger lingered. Francois' Corps had bloodied Samsonov's flank, but the Russian Second Army was vast, and its commanders were desperate. Counterattacks could come at any moment, and Rennenkampf's movements remained uncertain. Every man in German headquarters knew that one wrong step, one miscalculation, could unravel everything. The trap was forming, but it was not yet sprung. As night fell over East Prussia, the battlefield lay silent except for the groans of the wounded. Fires burned in the distance, casting flickering shadows over ruined fields. German soldiers cleaned rifles by lantern light, their hands blackened with soot. Russian soldiers lay in ditches and meadows, some alive, many not, their faces pale under the cold glow of the moon. The smell of death lingered heavy in the still night air. The northern flank had held. Francois' Corps had struck hard and slammed the Russians back. But this was only the beginning. The net was not yet closed. Samsonov's army, battered but still massive, pushed deeper into East Prussia, blind to the noose tightening around its neck. And as Hindenburg and Ludendorff studied their maps that night, their fingers tracing the arcs of encirclement, one question loomed larger than all others. Would the jaws of the trap close in time to crush Samsonov, or would the Russians slip away into the forest before the noose could tighten? The morning air was heavy with fog when Mackinson's 17 Corps moved into position. The fields were damp, the grass slick beneath boots, and the smell of wet earth clung to everything. German soldiers crouched low, rifles tight in their hands, eyes fixed on the horizon where Russian columns moved like shadows in the mist. For days they had waited, shifting silently across East Prussia by rail and road, gathering for this moment. Now the order came down the line. Attack! The southern flank was about to strike. Samsonov's Second Army had advanced recklessly, its left wing stretched and vulnerable. Russian soldiers trudged forward in long columns, their uniforms stiff with dust and sweat, their bellies empty from dwindling rations. They believed they were pushing deeper into German territory, pressing an enemy in retreat. What they did not see was the hammer being raised against them, Mackinson's Corps poised to fall with crushing force. German artillery opened first. The barrage tore through the fog, deafening and sudden. Shells shrieked overhead, bursting among Russian ranks with concussions that shook the ground. Men were flung from their feet, horses toppled, wagons shattered into fragments of wood and iron. The smell of cordite spread quickly, sharp and choking, burning throats and lungs. The calm of dawn dissolved into chaos as flames licked through dry barns and grain stores, their orange glow cutting through the gray haze. Then the infantry surged forward. German soldiers rose from the mist in tight ranks, bayonets fixed, boots slamming against the sodden ground. Their rifles cracked in disciplined volleys, bullets whipping through the air. The Russians, stunned by the sudden violence, scrambled to respond. Some fired wildly into the smoke, their shots snapping harmlessly into the dirt. Others tried to form lines, their officers waving swords and shouting hoarsely. But confusion spread like wildfire. Units that had marched in proud columns hours before were now tangled in a storm of noise and fire. Mackinson's men pressed harder, driving into the Russian left like a blade into soft flesh. Machine guns rattled from concealed positions, mowing down groups of soldiers as they tried to rally. The steady hammering of German artillery kept the Russians pinned, every explosion sending showers of dirt, stone, and flesh into the air. The sound was relentless, rifle cracks, machine gun bursts, the deep boom of cannon fire, and beneath it all, the screams of men caught in the storm. The battlefield reeked of smoke and blood, every breath carrying the metallic tang of death. Russian soldiers fought back with bravery, but their effort was scattered, desperate. They were exhausted from long marches, their boots worn through, their bodies hollowed by hunger. Ammunition was scarce. Some fired a handful of rounds before their pouches were empty, then clutched rifles as clubs. Others fixed bayonets and charged, their voices hoarse, their faces streaked with soot. They crashed into German lines in brutal close combat, steel meeting steel, the air filled with the grunts of men locked in deadly struggle. The ground beneath them was slick with mud and blood, every step treacherous. Mackensen rode along the lines, his cloak whipping in the wind, his face grim but steady. He shouted encouragement, his voice carrying above the din of battle. To his men, he was the embodiment of resolve, a commander driving them forward with iron will. His corps advanced yard by yard, pressing the Russians back, their formations tightening as the trap began to take shape. The southern flank was no longer just holding. It was pushing, slamming Samsonov's army inward, cutting away its room to maneuver. Villages caught in the fighting were torn apart. Wooden houses splintered under shell fire, barns collapsed in flames, and fields of rye burned to ash. Civilians fled in terror, clutching children, dragging livestock, their faces pale with fear. The air smelled of smoke and panic, the cries of families mixing with the clash of armies. For those who remained, huddled in cellars as shells shook the earth, the world above was a nightmare of fire and ruin. 4 German soldiers, the momentum of the assault fed their resolve. They shouted to one another through the smoke, their voices fierce, their eyes alight with grim determination. They fired until their shoulders bruised, until their ears rang with the thunder of their own rifles. When their guns fell silent, they fixed bayonets and charged, the taste of ash on their tongues, the sting of sweat in their eyes. Every step forward felt like part of something larger, a plan that was finally working. The Russians, by contrast, felt the weight of despair. Their officers tried desperately to rally them, but exhaustion hollowed their strength. Men stumbled backward, tripping over bodies, their eyes wide with fear. Horses bolted, tearing loose from wagons, their screams piercing the chaos. Units broke apart, fragments scattering into the smoke. Samsonov's left wing, once advancing confidently, was now bending under the German blow, its spine beginning to crack. By midday, the fields south of Ustaw were a wasteland. Craters pocked the earth, trees were stripped bare by shrapnel, and streams ran red with blood. The smell of burned flesh and gunpowder hung heavy in the air. German artillery kept pounding, their shells raining down with merciless precision. The thunder never stopped, echoing for miles, shaking the ground beneath every step. To the Russians trapped in the maelstrom, it felt as though the very sky had turned against them. Reports raced to Samsonov's headquarters, carried by messengers whose uniforms were torn, their faces gray with exhaustion. Left flank under heavy attack. Enemy advancing in force. Units falling back in disorder. Samsonov listened, his face pale, his mustache trembling. He rubbed his temples, the maps before him smeared with sweat and candle wax. He had already pushed his men too far, and now the hammer was falling. Yet he could not retreat. Orders from St. Petersburg demanded progress. His pride demanded victory. And so, even as his army bled, he ordered them to press on. But the Germans were not finished. Mackensen drove his corps deeper, tightening the noose with every step. His men advanced through forests where the air smelled of pine and smoke, through fields littered with bodies and broken wagons. They captured prisoners by the hundreds, weary men who dropped their rifles and raised trembling hands. The Germans herded them back under guard, their boots dragging, their eyes blank with shock. Each prisoner taken was proof that the Russians were breaking, that the trap was beginning to close. Still, the battle was not without cost. German units suffered heavily, their dead lying among the Russian fallen, their wounded groaning in the mud. Medics worked furiously, bandaging wounds, carrying men on stretchers through smoke and fire. The cries of the injured pierced the night as the corps pressed forward. For every yard gained, blood was spilled on both sides. The ground drank it in, turning dark and sticky underfoot. As evening fell, the clash burned on. Fires lit the sky, casting orange light over the ruined fields. German soldiers huddled in hastily dug trenches, reloading rifles with shaking hands, their faces smeared with grime. Russian survivors crouched in ditches, their ears ringing, their stomachs hollow, their eyes haunted. The night air was heavy with smoke, and the low moans of the wounded carried on the wind like a chorus of suffering. But when the guns finally quieted, it was clear who had gained ground. Mackinson's 17 Corps had struck Samsonov's left with brutal force, bending it inward, driving it back toward the center of the Russian advance. The Germans had not just resisted. They had begun to encircle. The pocket, long imagined on maps, was beginning to take real shape on the fields of East Prussia. For Hindenburg and Ludendorff, the reports from Mackinson confirmed what they had hoped. Francois had struck from the north. Mackinson had crushed from the south. The jaws of the trap were closing. The Russians were still too blind, too divided, too exhausted to see it. And Samsonov, clinging to pride and pressure from his superiors, kept driving his men forward into the tightening noose. The battlefield around Ustall lay in ruins, the air heavy with smoke and the stink of death. The cries of the wounded carried into the night, unanswered. Fires burned in the distance, flickering against the horizon. And as German commanders studied their maps under lantern light, one question lingered like the smoke above the fields. Would the jaws close fast enough to crush the entire Russian Second Army? Or would some part of it manage to escape into the forests before the noose tightened completely? The air over East Prussia on August 26th trembled with the sound of guns. Smoke clung to the forests, the acrid stench of powder burned in the lungs, and the ground itself seemed to pulse with each distant explosion. Russian soldiers of Samsonov's Second Army trudged forward through the haze, believing they were pressing a retreating foe. What they did not realize was that the jaws were already closing around them. In those very hours, the encirclement at Tannenberg, the decisive maneuver of the campaign, was snapping shut. From the north, Francois' Corps pressed down with relentless fire. His soldiers advanced through fields littered with corpses and broken wagons, their bayonets gleaming in the pale morning light. The Russian right, battered at Orlau-Frankenau and Ustall, bent backward under the weight of disciplined German volleys. The smoke rising from their rifles drifted across the fields, stinging eyes and throats. Each yard gained by Francois tightened the circle one step more. To the south, Mackinson's 17 Corps drove upward like a hammer. His men stormed through woods heavy with pine resin, their boots crunching over broken branches and spent cartridges. Russian soldiers clung desperately to positions along streams and ridges, but German artillery blasted them loose, the air filled with the roar of shrapnel. Flames licked through abandoned farmsteads, blackening the horizon. Mackinson's advance cut deeper into Samsonov's left, pressing it inward until Russian units began colliding with one another in confusion. The southern gate was slamming shut. To the east, General Belot's Corps held firm, their trenches stretching across sandy ground. Russian attempts to break through here faltered. Exhausted men hurled themselves forward, only to be cut down by concentrated fire. The battlefield smelled of sweat and iron, every patch of ground scarred with shell holes. German defenders, crouched low in their lines, fired until their shoulders ached, their knuckles raw from reloading. They knew their task was not to push outward, but to hold long enough for the jaws to close from the north and south. And from the west, General Schultz's XX Corps pushed steadily forward, pressing Samsonov's men back from the direction they had come. With every step, the Germans tightened the ring, their lines converging like the cords of a noose. Russian units tried to withdraw, stumbling along sandy roads that smelled of dust and horse sweat. But behind them, the Germans advanced, the rumble of their guns drawing closer, the echo of their boots filling the forests. The Russians were being funneled inward, their escape routes vanishing by the hour. Inside the tightening circle, chaos reigned. Samsonov's soldiers were hungry, exhausted, and increasingly cut off from supplies. Ammunition wagons had been lost to artillery fire, food stores abandoned in burning villages. Men gnawed on raw potatoes pulled from fields, their mouths dry, their lips cracked. Rifles grew silent for lack of bullets, bayonets fixed as a last resort. The cries of the wounded carried across meadows. mingling with the drone of flies that gathered around the dead. Fear spread through the ranks like a sickness. Soldiers looked around and realized they no longer knew where the front was. Fire came from every direction. Samsonov himself rode among his staff, the weight of failure pressing into his chest. Reports flooded in, scribbled by exhausted aides with ink-stained hands. Corps separated. Lines broken. Enemy attacking from all sides. His officers argued furiously in the smoke-filled command tent. Maps spread across tables sticky with wax and sweat. The flicker of lanterns cast wild shadows on their faces. Some begged for retreat, others demanded a breakout attack. Samsonov listened in silence, his mustache trembling, his fists clenched. His mind returned again and again to Mukden, the humiliation of the Russo-Japanese War, and the shame of another collapse. He feared not only defeat but disgrace. For the rank and file, the encirclement was a living nightmare. They marched into villages only to find German rifles waiting in the streets. They tried to flee through forests, but shells crashed through the canopy, splintering branches, showering them in pine needles and smoke. The air reeked of gunpowder and sap, of sweat and blood. At night, men lay in shallow pits, unable to sleep, their ears ringing from constant bombardment. Some prayed quietly, clutching crosses. Others wept, whispering names of wives and children. Many simply stared into the dark, numb, waiting for the inevitable. The Germans sensed the collapse. Prisoners streamed into their lines by the hundreds, hands raised, faces gray with dust and fear. They were herded together, their uniforms ragged, their eyes blank. German soldiers, themselves exhausted, looked at the mass of captives with a mix of triumph and disbelief. The plan that had seemed almost too bold, too risky, was working. They could smell victory in the air, sharp, intoxicating, undeniable. Yet the fighting inside the pocket grew even more savage. Russian units, realizing they were trapped, launched desperate breakout attempts. Columns surged against German lines, bayonets lowered, voices hoarse from screaming. They hurled themselves into machine gun fire that cut them down in swaths. The ground was churned into mud by bodies and blood, the air thick with smoke and dust. German soldiers reloaded frantically, their ears ringing, their hands blistered. Each assault was repelled, but each left the fields carpeted with the fallen. Civilians caught within the pocket lived through horrors of their own. Farmhouses burned to the ground. The smell of charred wood and flesh carried on the wind. Families hid in cellars, clutching one another as shells shook the walls, dirt sifting down from the beams overhead. Children cried softly, their voices muffled against their mothers' arms. Some villagers fled into the forests, stumbling through smoke and fire, their eyes stinging, their lungs burning. They carried nothing but fear, leaving homes that would never be whole again. By the evening of August 26th, the encirclement was nearly complete. Francois had pressed hard from the north, Mackensen from the south, Schultz from the west. Below's corps held the east like a locked gate. The Second Army was trapped in a tightening cage of fire and iron. The battlefield glowed with the light of burning barns and wagons, their flames licking the night sky. The cries of the wounded filled the darkness, echoing across fields where men had fallen in their thousands. German headquarters buzzed with tense anticipation. Ludendorff paced furiously, his boots striking the floor, his eyes gleaming with the fire of victory not yet won. Hoffmann studied intercepted Russian signals with satisfaction, confirming that Samsonov still believed Rennenkampf would come to his aid. Hindenburg sat silent, his massive frame calm, his gaze steady. He understood that the trap was nearly perfect, but also that a trapped enemy could fight like a cornered animal. Until the ring was fully closed, danger remained. Samsonov, meanwhile, wandered through his collapsing army, despair heavy on his face. He saw soldiers slumped on the roadside, too weak to rise, their uniforms stiff with grime. He heard officers pleading for orders, their voices edged with panic. He smelled the acrid smoke of burning supply wagons, the sharp tang of fear in the air. He knew the truth, even if he could not admit it aloud. His army was finished. Yet he could not find the words to tell his men, or himself. The circle at Tannenberg was almost complete, the noose drawn tight. Russian units were collapsing inward, stumbling over one another in confusion, their banners trampled into the mud. German lines pressed closer, their fire relentless, their confidence growing. The battlefield had become a vast cage, and Samsonov's men were trapped inside it. As dawn approached on August 27th, the fields of East Prussia lay cloaked in smoke, the ground soaked in blood, the air heavy with the stench of death. The jaws of the trap had closed, but the killing was not yet done. The Russians would fight on inside the encirclement, desperate to claw their way out. And the Germans, determined to finish what they had begun, would give them no escape. The encirclement was complete. The destruction was only beginning. The first signs of collapse were not explosions or rifle fire. They were whispers, men muttering that they were surrounded, that no orders were coming, that food would never arrive. In the Russian Second Army, rumors spread faster than couriers, seeping into every trench, every bivouac, every frightened heart. And once the whispers became belief, discipline cracked like glass under a hammer. At first it was confusion. Messages sent from headquarters never reached the front. Runners disappeared into the smoke, their bodies later found sprawled in fields, their satchels still clutched in stiff fingers. Telegraph lines, already unreliable, had been cut or captured by advancing Germans. Officers issued commands that contradicted one another, one order demanding a breakout north, another insisting the army hold ground, a third calling for withdrawal to the south. Soldiers looked at each other in disbelief, their faces smeared with soot, their nerves fraying. They no longer knew who to trust or where to march. The battlefield itself deepened the chaos. Smoke choked the forests, stinging eyes and throats. Craters scarred the fields, filled with stagnant water that reeked of mud and blood. The screams of the wounded pierced the din, carried on the wind, never stopping. The living stumbled among the dead, boots slick with gore, uniforms stiff with filth. Horses panicked, their nostrils flaring, their eyes rolling white. Wagons overturned in ditches, spilling supplies into the dirt where starving men clawed at them desperately. The entire landscape became a nightmare that swallowed order whole. Samsonov's corps commanders tried to rally their men, riding along broken lines, their sabers raised high. But their voices were drowned by the roar of German artillery, by the rattle of machine guns, by the pounding of terrified hearts. Columns disintegrated as soldiers broke formation, abandoning rifles, fleeing into woods and marshes. Some tore insignia from their uniforms, hoping to vanish into the mass of nameless bodies. Others threw away packs and belts, desperate to run lighter, faster, anywhere away from the thunder behind them. Panic had turned men into prey. In some places, soldiers fought back with reckless fury. Groups of Russians launched frantic charges against German lines, bayonets gleaming, their shouts raw with desperation. But these assaults had no coordination, no strategy. They were acts of madness more than war. Machine guns cut them down in seconds, the air filled with the metallic whine of bullets and the dull thud of bodies hitting the earth. Survivors dropped to the ground, sobbing, crawling through mud, their hands slick with blood and dirt. Desertion spread like wildfire. Entire companies slipped into forests, vanishing among the trees heavy with the smell of pine and smoke. Some tried to find their way east, back toward the safety of Russia. Others simply fled, throwing away rifles, stumbling barefoot over roots and stones. Officers threatened, begged, even fired on their own men to keep them in line, but the tide was unstoppable. When fear grips an army, no amount of bullets can hold it together. The roads became scenes of horror. Carts jammed every path, drivers whipping starving horses until they collapsed in the traces. Ammunition wagons overturned, shells spilling into the dirt where they lay useless. Men clambered over one another, pushing, shoving, fists flying in their desperation to escape. The smell of sweat and fear hung thick in the air, the sound of shouting and sobbing carrying for miles. More men died in the crush of retreat than in the ordered lines of battle. Communication with headquarters broke entirely. Samsonov, his mustache trembling, sat in a haze of smoke, listening to reports that made less and less sense. Units that had been ordered to attack were missing. Divisions that were supposed to hold had vanished. He scribbled orders with ink-stained fingers, but there were no couriers left to carry them, no lines to transmit them. He was commanding an army that no longer existed as an army. It was now a mass of frightened, scattered men, stumbling in every direction, guided only by instinct and terror. German firepower magnified the panic. Shells fell into crowded columns like hammers on glass, the blast scattering bodies across fields. Machine guns scythed through masses of retreating men, the sound like cloth ripping in the air. The smell of burned powder and singed flesh clung to the wind. Survivors screamed, their voices breaking, their bodies trembling as they tried to crawl away from the invisible death raining down from the German lines. Every blast convinced more men that escape was impossible. Among the rank and file, despair hardened into fatalism. Some threw down rifles and raised their hands, surrendering in groups, their faces hollow, their uniforms torn. They were herded westward by German soldiers, their boots dragging, their eyes staring blankly at nothing. Others refused even that small act. They sat down in the mud, their hands folded in their laps, waiting for whatever came next. They no longer ran. They no longer fought. They simply gave up. Civilians caught within the maelstrom watched the collapse unfold with horror. Villagers saw Russian soldiers pounding at doors, begging for food or water, their eyes wide with panic. Others looted in desperation, tearing bread from ovens, seizing livestock, smashing cellars for wine. Families fled as houses burned, the smell of smoke filling their lungs, the cries of children echoing through fields. Some civilians were swept into the chaos, trampled in the press of men and wagons, their voices drowned in the storm of panic. 4 German soldiers pressing the encirclement. The scene was surreal. They advanced cautiously through forests and fields, rifles ready, only to find abandoned weapons, empty wagons, and prisoners surrendering by the hundreds. The air reeked of fear. In some places, the only resistance came from frightened bursts of rifle fire that quickly went silent. Germans herded captives into vast groups, their faces filled with astonishment. They had never seen an army collapse so completely, so quickly. But the Russians were not finished suffering. As night fell, confusion deepened into terror. Soldiers stumbled blindly in darkness, crashing into trees, falling into streams, losing one another in the black woods. The groans of the wounded carried in the still night air, mingling with the distant rumble of German guns. Fires burned in villages, their glow casting shadows across fields where bodies lay in heaps. The smell of death spread on the wind, thick and suffocating. Panic turned into hopelessness. Samsonov wandered among his men, his face pale, his eyes heavy with despair. He saw soldiers crouched by the roadside, too weak to rise, their uniforms caked with blood and mud. He heard officers begging for direction, their voices cracking, their hands shaking. He felt the weight of failure pressing on his chest like a stone. He no longer commanded an army. He presided over a disaster. His voice faltered as he tried to rally his men. Even he no longer believed the words. The Second Army, once 150,000 strong, was unraveling in front of him. Units no longer knew where their neighbors were. Orders never arrived. The Germans closed in from every side, their firepower relentless, their confidence growing. The Russians had become like a herd trapped in a narrowing pen, trampling one another in panic, each man convinced that escape was impossible. The encirclement was nearly complete. German lines pressed closer, their grip tightening, their guns hammering the Russians at every turn. Inside the pocket, chaos reigned. Panic, desertion, and despair choking every attempt at order. The mighty Second Army was no longer a fighting force. It was prey, exhausted and broken, waiting for the final blow. And yet, amid the ruin, Samsonov still faced choices. Would he attempt one last breakout, sacrificing thousands for the slim chance of escape? Would he order a surrender, admitting defeat before the eyes of the Tsar? Or would he cling to pride and drive his shattered men deeper into hopeless slaughter? The answer was coming, carried on the smoke and fire of the battlefield. The end was near, but it had not yet arrived. The night of August 29th was heavy with silence, broken only by the low moans of the wounded and the distant thunder of German guns. The air smelled of smoke, sweat, and damp pine. In the shattered heart of the Russian Second Army, General Alexander Samsonov sat slumped in his saddle, staring into the darkness. He already knew the truth. His army was finished. Tens of thousands of men were cut off, retreat routes strangled, escape impossible. The catastrophe weighed on him like an iron shroud. And now, in those suffocating hours, Samsonov made the choice that would define his end. Reports had been coming all evening, each one darker than the last. Corps scattered, divisions destroyed, columns of men surrendering by the thousands. His aides delivered the words with trembling hands, the flicker of lanterns casting their faces in ghostly light. Samsonov listened, his mustache twitching, his breath shallow. His fingers tapped against the sweat-stained saddle as though searching for a rhythm in chaos. Then he fell silent, staring at the map before him. It was covered in smudges of wax and ash, its neat lines erased by disaster. Every arrow pointed nowhere. Every position was gone. He had already written desperate messages to headquarters, words soaked in regret. He begged for reinforcements, for support, for salvation that would never come. The telegraphs were gone, the lines severed. No help could arrive. His thoughts turned instead to St. Petersburg, to the Tsar, to the judgment that would fall upon him. He had promised victory. Instead, he had delivered ruin. The weight of shame pressed so hard against his chest that every breath felt like swallowing broken glass. Samsonov rode out into the night with a small group of aides, the hooves of their horses thudding softly against the damp earth. The forest loomed ahead, tall pines swaying in the faint wind, their needles carrying the sharp scent of resin. The deeper they rode, the darker it grew, shadows closing in like the jaws of the trap that had claimed his army. His aides whispered nervously, their voices cracking, but Samsonov said little. His eyes fixed on the trees ahead, his thoughts far away. Around them, remnants of the Second Army drifted in the dark. Hollow-eyed men stumbled through the undergrowth, their uniforms torn, their boots caked with blood and mud. Some begged for direction, their voices breaking. Others collapsed where they stood, too exhausted to go further. The forest was filled with the smell of sweat and fear, the rustle of branches as desperate men clawed their way east. Samsonov looked at them and felt a surge of unbearable sorrow. These were his soldiers, his responsibility, his failure. The night grew colder. Dew clung to cloaks and saddles, the air damp and heavy. Samsonov's aides urged him to turn back, to rest, to consider escape. But the general shook his head, his voice a low murmur. "I cannot face the Tsar," he whispered. His words carried the weight of resignation, a final sentence spoken aloud. His aides fell silent. They understood. In that moment, there was no battlefield left, only a man crushed beneath the weight of history. They reached a small clearing in the forest. The moon broke through the clouds, casting a pale silver light across the grass. The air was still, unnervingly quiet. Samsonov dismounted slowly, his boots sinking into the damp soil. He looked up at the sky, at the stars faintly visible beyond the trees. For a moment, he seemed lost in thought, his breath visible in the cool night air. Then he turned to his aides, his eyes heavy with grief. "Ride on," he said softly. "Save yourselves." The aides hesitated, fear and loyalty battling within them. One reached out, his hand trembling, but Samsonov shook his head. His voice grew firm, almost commanding. Go. Reluctantly, they obeyed, their horses clattering away into the darkness. Samsonov stood alone in the clearing, the forest pressing in, the silence immense. He drew his pistol with slow, deliberate hands. The metal felt cold against his palm, heavy with finality. He thought of his men, scattered and broken across the fields of East Prussia. He thought of his wife, waiting in St. Petersburg. He thought of his Tsar, of disgrace, of failure etched forever into his name. His chest tightened with shame, so profound it felt unbearable. He raised the pistol slowly, pressing it to his temple. The cool steel kissed his skin, and in that last breath, the forest seemed to hold still. The shot echoed through the trees, sharp and final. Birds startled from their branches, their wings beating frantically in the night air. Then silence returned, heavier than before. Samsonov collapsed onto the damp earth, his body lying still beneath the pale light of the moon. The smell of smoke lingered faintly in the breeze, mingling with the sharp tang of gunpowder. The commander of the Russian Second Army was gone. His aides returned later, their faces pale, their voices hushed. They found his body sprawled in the clearing, the pistol beside him. They covered him with his cloak, the fabric already damp with dew. They said nothing. There were no words for what had been lost. Not only a man, but an entire army, consumed by the disaster of Tannenberg. Word of Samsonov's death spread quietly through the survivors. Soldiers who had once cursed their commander now lowered their heads in silence. Some wept, others stared blankly, their minds too numb to process the news. It was as though his death had given form to the catastrophe. The Second Army was not only defeated, it was leaderless, broken beyond repair. For the Germans, the news came later, carried by whispers among prisoners and fragments of reports. Hindenburg and Ludendorff listened in silence, their expressions unreadable. The death of Samsonov was both a tragedy and a symbol, the final confirmation that the Russian Second Army had been destroyed, that the encirclement was total. But the battlefield did not rest. Even as Samsonov lay in the forest, the Russians inside the pocket continued to crumble. Columns surrendered by the thousands, their rifles stacked in neat piles under German guard. The fields filled with prisoners, their faces gray with exhaustion, their bodies gaunt from hunger. The destruction was complete, but the suffering was not yet over. Samsonov's desperate ride into the forest ended in silence, but its echoes would reverberate through history. His death marked the moment the disaster of Tannenberg became irreversible, a wound that scarred the Russian army for years to come. And yet, amid the ruin, questions remained. How many men would surrender before the slaughter ended? How many would never leave those forests and fields? The battle was not finished. The trap had closed, the commander was gone, but the reckoning for the Russian Second Army was still unfolding in fire, blood, and silence. The morning after Samsonov's death, the fields and forests of East Prussia were filled with a sound more unsettling than gunfire. Silence. No artillery thundered, no rifle volleys cracked in rhythm. Instead, the air was heavy with the low murmur of thousands of exhausted voices, the clatter of weapons being dropped into piles, and the shuffle of boots dragging across the dirt. The Second Army, once 150,000 strong, was collapsing in on itself. Tens of thousands of men laid down their arms in surrender. An entire Russian army was dissolving before the eyes of the world. German patrols advanced cautiously at first, rifles raised, their nostrils filled with the sharp stink of powder and the sour tang of sweat. What they found shocked even them. Columns of Russian soldiers emerged from the woods with hands raised, their faces pale, their uniforms torn and blackened by smoke. Officers no longer commanded. They walked alongside their men, eyes downcast, sabers discarded in the mud. The battlefield was no longer a place of fighting. It had become a place of reckoning. In some places, the surrender came in waves. German machine gun crews, expecting a last desperate charge, instead watched as groups of Russians stumbled forward, dropping rifles and belts into the dirt. They clutched bread crusts or crosses instead of weapons, their voices hoarse as they begged for water. German soldiers, themselves weary, stared in disbelief before motioning them toward the rear. For the first time in days, the sound of rifles fell silent in those sectors, replaced by the groan of wagons and the clink of metal as captured weapons were stacked high. Entire corps disintegrated. General Mardow's 15 Corps, once a proud unit of the Russian advance, was surrounded and destroyed. Thousands of men were forced into captivity, their banners trampled into the mud. The 13 Corps followed soon after, collapsing under relentless German pressure. Each corps that folded was not just a military defeat, but a piece of Samsonov's army vanishing into German custody. By the end, more than half of his divisions ceased to exist. The human scenes were staggering. Prisoners marched in endless columns, their boots dragging, their shoulders slumped. The smell of unwashed bodies was suffocating, sweat and blood mixing with the stench of fear. German guards rode alongside on horseback, rifles across their laps, their faces grim. One German soldier later wrote that the lines of prisoners seemed endless, stretching across fields and roads like rivers of gray coats flowing west. The sight was both triumphant and unsettling. An entire army reduced to captives in just a few days. But surrender was not orderly everywhere. Some Russian soldiers refused to lay down arms. They hid in forests thick with pine, the air sharp with resin, trying to break through German lines. Skirmishes erupted as these small groups fought desperately, firing until their ammunition ran dry, then charging with bayonets or knives. German patrols tracked them down, the woods echoing with short, violent bursts of combat. For those who resisted, the outcome was inevitable. They were cut down in the undergrowth, their bodies lying among the roots, their rifles silent beside them. Others chose despair over surrender. Russian officers, unwilling to face captivity, drew pistols and turned them on themselves. Their bodies were found slumped over maps, cloaks wrapped tightly around their shoulders, revolvers still in hand. Soldiers watched in horror as leaders who had once shouted orders with pride now chose silence and death. For the men left behind, it was another crushing blow to morale, another sign that all was lost. German commanders surveyed the unfolding collapse with a mixture of awe and calculation. Hindenburg remained calm, his heavy frame leaning over maps that no longer showed battle lines, but rather the flow of captives being herded west. Ludendorff, fiery and restless, demanded efficiency. He wanted the Russians rounded up quickly, their weapons seized, their units counted. Max Hoffmann, the architect of the encirclement, watched with quiet satisfaction. The gamble had paid off. What they had dared to dream, a complete annihilation of an enemy army, was happening before their eyes. In villages across East Prussia, civilians emerged from hiding to witness the aftermath. Farmers stood at the edges of roads as columns of Russian prisoners trudged past, their faces hollow, their uniforms stained. Some villagers spat at the defeated invaders, their anger sharp after weeks of terror. Others watched silently, their expressions unreadable, knowing they were witnessing history. The air carried the clatter of boots, the groans of tired men, the distant neigh of horses pulling wagons heavy with captured supplies. Among the Russian prisoners, emotions were raw. Some wept openly, their tears cutting tracks through the grime on their faces. Others stared blankly at the ground, too numb to feel. Many clutched small tokens from home, icons, letters, scraps of cloth from wives or mothers. Their hands trembled as they marched, their bodies weak from hunger. They had marched into East Prussia with pride and hope. Now they were leaving as captives, their futures uncertain, their dignity shattered. The numbers were staggering. More than 90,000 Russians surrendered in the final days of the encirclement. Over 50,000 more lay dead or wounded across the fields and forests of East Prussia. Entire corps, entire divisions had ceased to exist. Only a fraction of Samsonov's once mighty army managed to escape eastward, stumbling through forests and swamps, harried by German patrols. For the Russian Empire, it was a disaster beyond measure, a wound that would bleed for years. The Second Army was not just defeated, it was annihilated. The encirclement at Tannenberg had become one of the most decisive battles in modern history, a demonstration of how speed, intelligence, and ruthless execution could destroy even the largest of armies. The Germans had turned a desperate situation into triumph, using railways and code-breaking to outmaneuver a foe twice their size. The Russians had paid the price of poor logistics, fractured command, and bitter rivalry between their generals. And yet, amid the German triumph, the battlefield remained a place of horror. The groans of the wounded still drifted through the night air. The stench of unburied bodies hung heavy, carried on the wind. Fields once filled with golden grain were now littered with corpses, the soil blackened by fire and blood. Soldiers picking through the wreckage stepped carefully, their boots crunching on spent shells and shattered rifles. Victory may have belonged to Germany, but the land itself bore scars that would never heal. For the survivors, the march into captivity began. German soldiers herded prisoners into vast camps, their barbed wire fences rising quickly against the horizon. The air inside reeked of sweat, straw, and despair. Men collapsed on the ground, their bodies too weak to stand, their stomachs empty. Guards counted them by the thousands, their voices sharp and cold. The once proud soldiers of the Tsar were now numbers in a ledger, prisoners of war in a conflict that had only just begun. Back in Russia, news of the disaster spread slowly, shrouded in shame. The Tsar's ministers struggled to explain how an army of 150,000 could vanish in a matter of days. Families waited for word that would never come, their hopes fading with each silent week. The death of Samsonov, reported quietly, became a symbol of the catastrophe. The collapse of the Second Army was not just a military defeat, it was a national humiliation. And yet, even as the German Empire celebrated its triumph, a shadow lingered. For while the Russians had suffered a crushing defeat at Tannenberg, they were far from finished. The empire of the Tsar still had millions of men under arms, and the war would not be decided by a single battle. The collapse of the Second Army was a disaster, but it was also a spark, a reminder of how much blood would still be spilled before the guns of Europe fell silent. The encirclement was complete. The prisoners were counted. The battlefield lay in ruins. But even as the Germans declared victory, the war thundered on. The Eastern Front was far from finished, and the tragedy of Tannenberg, seared into the memory of nations, was only the beginning of a conflict that would consume an entire generation. In the waning days of August 1914, as the smoke still lingered over the blood-soaked fields of East Prussia, news of the disaster at Tannenberg raced westward. Telegraph wires buzzed, couriers galloped, and within hours the German High Command had the figures in hand. Tens of thousands of Russian prisoners, entire corps annihilated, a Second Army obliterated. What had begun as a desperate gamble had ended in a triumph so staggering it seemed almost unbelievable. When the news reached Berlin, it was not just another military victory. It was salvation. And Hindenburg and Ludendorff, once little-known officers, were suddenly hailed as heroes of the nation. The announcement hit like a thunderclap. In Berlin, where tension had gripped every street since the declaration of war, crowds poured into the squares. Newspaper boys shouted the headlines, their voices shrill with excitement, waving fresh sheets still damp with ink. Massive Russian defeat. German victory at Tannenberg. The smell of printing presses clung to the air, mingling with the sweat and smoke of jubilant crowds. Strangers embraced, soldiers on leave were hoisted on his shoulders, and cheers echoed through the avenues. For people bracing for the worst, this was a moment of intoxicating relief. At the Kaiser's court, the atmosphere shifted overnight. Just weeks before, Germany had been reeling from the shock of war on two fronts, the shadow of encirclement pressing down like a suffocating weight. Now, the annihilation of Samsonov's Second Army was presented as proof of German superiority, proof that discipline, intelligence, and sheer will could overcome even overwhelming odds. The Kaiser himself was ecstatic. He ordered telegrams of congratulations to Hindenburg and Ludendorff, their names carried in glowing praise through official communiques. To the German people, these men had done the impossible. Paul von Hindenburg, who had only recently been pulled out of retirement, became an overnight legend. His imposing figure, his calm expression, and his aura of iron reliability were perfect for the moment. To a nation desperate for symbols of strength, he looked like the embodiment of Prussian resolve. Posters soon carried his stern face, his name whispered in taverns and shouted in parades. He was the man who had turned the tide in the East, the soldier who had crushed Russia's might before it could overwhelm the Reich. Erich Ludendorff, fiery and ambitious, basked in the glow as well. Though less physically imposing, his reputation for relentless energy and sharp intellect spread quickly. He was credited as the mind that executed the encirclement, the architect of the victory. Berlin newspapers spoke of the partnership between the old general and the young strategist, painting them as a perfect pair, Hindenburg the steady rock, Ludendorff the driving force. The legend of their collaboration was born not on the battlefield alone, but in the imagination of a nation that needed heroes. Max Hoffmann, the quiet staff officer whose insight into Russian communications had shaped the battle, remained largely in the shadows. His role was mentioned, but the spotlight was firmly on Hindenburg and Ludendorff. This was not unusual. Nations in wartime crave faces, not footnotes. It was easier to celebrate the towering general and the fiery deputy than to honor the man behind the cipher tables. Hoffmann himself joked later that he had been left out of history's photograph, even as his fingerprints were all over the victory. The triumph at Tannenberg was more than a military success. It was a political tool. German leaders seized the opportunity to rally the public, to prove that the war was not hopeless, that Germany could face enemies on two fronts and still win. Pamphlets proclaimed the destruction of the Russian horde. Parades marched in Berlin, the smell of flowers and cigar smoke drifting through the streets, banners unfurling above the crowds. For many Germans, it felt as though the nation had been given a second wind. Fear was replaced, if only briefly, with euphoria. The sheer scale of the victory gave it mythic quality. 90,000 prisoners, 50,000 dead, only a fraction of Samsonov's army escaping. These numbers were repeated endlessly, printed on posters, broadcast in speeches, etched into the memory of the people. The Second Army was not just defeated, it had been annihilated. And the German press framed it as a new canny, a modern-day echo of Hannibal's great encirclement, proof that German generals could match and even surpass the legends of history. But behind the celebrations lay harsher truths. Soldiers returning from the battlefield carried not just stories of triumph, but of horror. They spoke of forests littered with bodies, of prisoners so exhausted they collapsed in the dirt, of the stench of death that clung to their uniforms. They described Samsonov's men, hungry, broken, surrendering in droves, yet also fighting with desperate courage in their final hours. These stories, raw and grim, contrasted sharply with the polished narratives of triumph paraded in Berlin. For those who had seen it firsthand, victory did not erase the trauma of what they had endured. Yet the narrative was fixed. Hindenburg and Ludendorff were heroes now, and their reputation soared. In Berlin, their names were spoken with reverence. In the Kaiser's palace, their counsel grew more valued. For the German public, they became symbols of hope in a war that was already showing its scale of brutality. The victory at Tannenberg became less about what it truly was, a calculated gamble, aided by Russian blunders, and more about what it represented, a story of German genius prevailing against overwhelming odds. The myth of Tannenberg would outlive the battle itself. Hindenburg's fame would propel him to the highest office in Germany. Ludendorff would become one of the most influential and controversial figures of the war. The seeds of their future power were planted not in the mud and blood of East Prussia, but in the headlines that followed. History is often written not only by victories, but by how those victories are told. Tannenberg was told as a miracle, and miracles demand saints. Still, for all the celebration, shadows lingered. The Western Front remained locked in brutal stalemate, French and British armies grinding down German forces along the Marne. The victory in the East was immense, but it did not change the fact that Germany faced a long, brutal war on two fronts. Even as Berlin cheered, the machine guns on the Western Front kept firing, and the trenches kept filling. Tannenberg was triumph, yes, but it was not salvation. The battle's legacy in Berlin was clear. The names of Hindenburg and Ludendorff were etched into the national psyche, symbols of German willpower and genius. The parades, the posters, the headlines, all declared them heroes. But history is not static. Every triumph plants the seeds of future choices, and every hero carries the burden of expectation. Tannenberg had made them legends. What they did with that legend would shape the course of the war itself. And as the celebrations echoed through Berlin, another question loomed in the smoke-filled rooms of power. Would this victory embolden Germany to gamble again, to push harder, to risk everything for glory? Or would it blind them to the dangers still waiting on both fronts? The answers lay not in the cheers of the crowds, but in the brutal years still to come. The battlefield of East Prussia in late August did not smell of victory. It smelled of death. Rotting corpses lay scattered across the fields, the air thick with the stench of blood, smoke, and decay. Flies swarmed in clouds, their buzzing rising above the stillness of silence after days of relentless fire. The cries of the wounded still drifted faintly from ditches and forests. This was the true cost of Tannenberg, a slaughter that dwarfed imagination. More than 90,000 Russians marched into captivity. 50,000 more lay dead or maimed across the fields. And against them, the Germans counted just 13,000 casualties. The scale of destruction was staggering. Columns of Russian prisoners stretched for miles, trudging westward under guard, their boots dragging through dust, their faces hollow with hunger. Many clutched icons or scraps of bread, the last remnants of their shattered campaign. German soldiers herded them toward rail depots, with a smell of coal and sweat mixed with despair. Prisoners collapsed along the roadside, their bodies too weak to continue. Guards prodded them forward, their rifles gleaming in the harsh sun. The sight was both triumphant and pitiful, an army transformed into captives in just a week. For the men who did not surrender, death claimed them in every form imaginable. Fields were littered with bodies torn by shrapnel, faces unrecognizable, limbs twisted in unnatural shapes. Others lay where they had fallen in hand-to-hand combat, bayonets still clenched in stiff fingers. The forests were worse, silent graves where men lay slumped among the roots, their uniforms soaked in blood, their rifles rusting in the damp soil. The smell of pine was overwhelmed by the odor of death, carried for miles on the wind. Survivors among the wounded endured agony beyond words. Makeshift hospitals sprang up in barns and churches, their floors sticky with blood, the air filled with the moans of the dying. Russian and German wounded alike lay side by side, their bodies pale with fever, their wounds festering in the heat. Medics worked furiously, their hands blackened with dried blood, their nostrils filled with the acrid stench of carbolic acid. Bandages ran out, morphine was scarce, and many men writhed in pain until merciful silence claimed them. The contrast in losses told its own story. For Germany, 13,000 casualties was grievous, but survivable. The Eighth Army remained intact, its core unbroken. For Russia, the losses were catastrophic. 50,000 killed or wounded meant corpses scattered across every road and village of East Prussia. 90,000 prisoners meant the heart of the Second Army was carried into captivity. These numbers were not just statistics. They represented fathers, sons, and brothers ripped from families across the Russian Empire. Villages from the Baltic to the Volga would wait for men who would never return. Prisoner columns became rivers of misery. Marching under guard, men fainted from exhaustion, their lips cracked, their stomachs gnawed by hunger. The sound of boots dragging in the dirt was broken only by the occasional crack of a rifle when someone collapsed and could not rise again. German villagers lined the roads, watching silently. Some spat, others pitted, handing out water or bread. But most simply stared in awe at the endless procession of broken soldiers. For the Germans on the battlefield, the aftermath was surreal. Victory had been absolute, yet the sights around them were anything but glorious. Soldiers picking through fields stepped carefully among corpses, their boots crunching on empty shell casings and shattered rifles. They plugged their noses against the overwhelming stench, their stomachs turning as they dragged bodies into shallow graves. The sweet, sickly smell of decay clung to their uniforms, haunting them long after they returned home. The sheer imbalance of losses became a point of propaganda. German newspapers trumpeted the figures: 90,000 captured, 50,000 killed or wounded, only 13,000 German losses. The battle was framed as a miracle, a modern canny. But for those who fought, the miracle was overshadowed by the memory of screams, of smoke-choked forests, of blood pooling in the fields. Numbers could not erase the horror of what they had seen. For Russia, the casualty list grew into national mourning. Families crowded outside government offices, waiting for news of sons and husbands. Letters arrived slowly, if at all. Some families learned their men were prisoners, others never heard again. Villages went silent as entire generations of young men vanished. The Second Army's destruction was not just a military defeat. It was a wound carved into the heart of the Russian people. The survivors who escaped eastward carried the trauma with them. They staggered into Russian lines gaunt and hollow-eyed, their uniforms ragged, their boots in tatters. They spoke of endless artillery, of encirclement, of comrades surrendering or dying by the thousands. Their words spread like fire, painting Tannenberg not as a battle, but as an apocalypse. Fear seeped into the Russian ranks still standing, a reminder that their empire's vast armies could be crushed just as swiftly as Samsonov's. German commanders surveyed the wreckage with grim satisfaction. Hindenburg noted the scale of the victory with calm understatement. Ludendorff, restless and sharp, declared it proof that Germany's willpower could overcome any odds. Yet even they admitted the battlefield was ghastly. Reports to Berlin spoke of mountains of corpses, of endless lines of prisoners. The numbers were delivered like trophies, but the reality was soaked in blood and ash. In the villages of East Prussia, the aftermath lingered. Civilians returned to farms only to find fields churned into graveyards. Barns stank of death, wells clogged with debris, orchards filled with rotting horses. Families buried bodies in shallow pits, the sound of shovels cutting into soil mixing with the buzz of flies. For them, Tannenberg was not a story of triumph or defeat. It was a scar on their land, one that would never fully heal. The imbalance of casualties shaped perceptions on both sides. Germans saw themselves as invincible, their armies capable of annihilation. Russians felt the sting of humiliation, their men slaughtered, their commanders disgraced, their empire's pride wounded. The numbers became symbols: 13,000 German losses against 140,000 Russian casualties. One figure spoke of efficiency, the other of disaster. Yet behind every number was a human face. A German soldier clutching a bloodied bandage, gasping as he whispered for water. A Russian prisoner collapsing by the roadside, too weak to rise. A mother in Moscow, clutching a telegram that spoke only of missing in action. A child in Berlin, staring up at a poster that hailed heroes, never knowing the smell of corpses that lingered on their fathers' uniforms. The figures were vast, but the suffering was personal. The casualties of Tannenberg marked a turning point. The Germans had shown the world they could destroy an enemy army utterly, at minimal cost to themselves. The Russians had been humbled, their confidence shaken. Yet victory and defeat alike were written in blood. The fields of East Prussia had absorbed it all: the sweat of captives, the groans of the wounded, the silence of the dead. And even as the figures were tallied, as prisoners were marched into captivity and the dead buried in shallow graves. One truth hung heavy in the smoke-filled air. This was only the beginning. The Eastern Front was vast, the war still young, and the slaughter at Tannenberg was but the first of many. The ground still trembled with the echoes of guns, and the world had not yet seen the full measure of destruction the Great War would bring. The thunder of guns to the south was unmistakable. Rennenkampf's First Army, stretched thin across East Prussia, could hear the rumble of Samsonov's disaster unfolding. The ground trembled faintly under their boots, the sky sometimes flashing with distant fire. Officers strained to make sense of the reports. Russian forces being encircled, entire corps dissolving, Samsonov himself gone. Yet the First Army stood paralyzed, unable or unwilling to march to its allies' rescue. And with every passing hour, Samsonov's fate was sealed. Rennenkampf had advanced into East Prussia with confidence after Gumbinnen. His men were weary but still intact, their ranks stretching across the plains, their boots caked with mud from weeks of marching. The villages they passed smelled of smoke and fear, abandoned by civilians who had fled ahead of their arrival. But supplies ran low, coordination faltered, and distance grew between his lines and Samsonov's. The vast forests and lakes of East Prussia acted as barriers, splitting Russian strength into two isolated armies. The very geography that looked harmless on maps became a wall in practice. The bitter rivalry between Rennenkampf and Samsonov only deepened the fracture. Soldiers whispered about their commanders' hatred, how they had once fought each other with fists after the Russo-Japanese War. Rumors swirled that Rennenkampf had no desire to save Samsonov, that pride weighed heavier than duty. Whether myth or truth, the result was the same. His First Army did not march south when the guns thundered. His men heard the distant battles, but kept to their slow advance, confused, uncertain, and increasingly fearful. German scouts shadowed Rennenkampf's columns, watching from the cover of forests. They noted his hesitation, his lack of urgency. Hindenburg and Ludendorff seized the opportunity, confident that they could annihilate Samsonov without fear of his rival arriving to strike their rear. German cavalry darted across the countryside, the smell of horse sweat and leather sharp in the late summer air, sending back reports that confirmed what their commanders hoped. Rennenkampf was not coming. Inside the First Army, morale began to crack. Soldiers were exhausted, their uniforms stiff with grime, their stomachs hollow from poor rations. The railways that had carried German troops with speed and precision were absent for the Russians. Every mile had to be marched on foot, boots grinding against rough earth, blisters tearing open. Communication between corps faltered, messages delayed or lost, orders contradicted. Men began to mutter that they were abandoned, advancing without purpose while their comrades to the south were dying in droves. When word of Samsonov's encirclement finally reached them in detail, the shock rippled like a cold wind through the ranks. Entire divisions destroyed, tens of thousands captured, the commander himself dead by his own hand. Soldiers froze, their rifles heavy in their hands, staring at one another in disbelief. The victory at Gumbinnen felt like a lifetime ago. Now, the mighty Russian advance into East Prussia was reduced to ash. The smell of despair clung heavier than smoke. Rennenkampf tried to steady his men. He rode along the lines, his face stern, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. His orders were clear: withdraw. East Prussia could not be held, not with Samsonov's Second Army destroyed and German forces regrouping. His voice carried above the tramp of boots, but in the silence that followed, his soldiers heard only failure. Retreat is the hardest command to obey, for it tastes of shame. Yet there was no other choice. The withdrawal was brutal. Roads clogged with wagons, horses, and weary men. Dust rose in choking clouds, sticking to sweat-soaked skin, coating throats until every cough felt like fire. German cavalry snapped at their heels, sabers flashing in sudden raids, the smell of gunpowder and blood mixing with the sweat of panic. Skirmishes flared in villages, barns catching fire, smoke rising into the sky as Russians pulled back step by step. Families left behind wept silently, clutching children as soldiers marched past them in retreat. For the German people, news of Rennenkampf's withdrawal confirmed their triumph. East Prussia, the homeland that had trembled under Russian invasion, was secure again. Farmers returned to ruined fields, the smell of burnt crops mingling with fresh soil as they tried to rebuild. Churches rang bells, their chimes echoing over towns still scarred by war. To them, Rennenkampf was not just retreating. He was fleeing, chased back across the border by German strength. Yet for the Russians, the retreat was agony. Soldiers cursed their commanders, their voices hoarse, their eyes burning with anger and grief. They felt abandoned, humiliated, betrayed. Some tore off insignia, ashamed to be recognized as part of the disaster. Others trudged on in silence, their boots dragging, their thoughts fixed only on survival. The long columns stretched for miles, the clatter of wagons and the groans of men carrying the weight of defeat back toward the Russian frontier. Strategically, the retreat sealed East Prussia's fate. With Samsonov's army annihilated and Rennenkampf withdrawing, the Germans no longer faced immediate threat in the east. Hindenburg and Ludendorff could consolidate their lines, secure their frontier, and prepare for the next stage of the war. The railways that had carried them to victory now carried reinforcements with the speed of steel wheels and the hiss of steam. East Prussia, bloodied but unbroken, stood as a fortress once more. But the consequences reached far beyond geography. In Russia, the news of the twin disasters, Samsonov's destruction and Rennenkampf's retreat, shattered public confidence. Families mourned tens of thousands of dead, villages counted their missing by the dozens, and whispers spread of incompetence and betrayal among the generals. Trust in the high command eroded, replaced by suspicion and anger. The Tsar's ministers struggled to explain how two armies, vast and proud, could falter so completely in just a few weeks. Among the Russian soldiers who survived, bitterness festered. They remembered the hunger, the endless marches, the lack of ammunition, the confusion of orders. They remembered hearing the guns to the south and being told to hold their ground instead of marching to Samsonov's aid. They felt the sting of abandonment, the shame of retreat, the humiliation of leaving East Prussia in German hands. Their memories carried not only grief, but seeds of doubt about the Empire's ability to fight this war. The fate of Rennenkampf's First Army was not annihilation, but humiliation. It withdrew battered and angry, still intact, but stripped of confidence. Its retreat left behind burned villages, ruined fields, and the ghosts of Samsonov's men. It left behind East Prussia, secured once again by German arms. And it left behind a wound in the Russian command that would never fully heal. As the First Army crossed back into Russian territory, the soldiers could still hear the echoes of defeat in their minds. The silence of their retreat was broken only by the creak of wagons, the groan of weary men, and the distant toll of church bells across the German frontier. They had come as invaders, confident and bold. They left as survivors, humbled and bitter. And while East Prussia celebrated its salvation, the war itself was far from over. The collapse of the Russian Second Army and the retreat of the First did not end the Eastern Front. It only redrew its lines. Ahead lay new battles, new blood, new reckonings. The thunder of war had not faded. It was only gathering for the next storm. The battle had barely ended when the first stories began to spread. The smoke was still hanging over East Prussia, the ground still soaked with blood, yet already a legend was being born. German newspapers did not simply announce victory. They proclaimed vengeance. They declared that the defeat of Samsonov's army was not only a triumph of strategy, but the settling of a 600-year-old score, the revenge for Tannenberg of 1410, when German knights of the Teutonic Order had been crushed by Polish and Lithuanian forces at the Battle of Grunwald. Now, in 1914, at Tannenberg again, the Germans had redeemed their ancestors' shame. The power of that narrative was irresistible. For centuries, the memory of the Teutonic defeat at Grunwald lingered in the German imagination. It was a wound of medieval pride, an old humiliation written into chronicles and folklore. To resurrect that memory in the midst of the Great War was to give the modern victory a sense of destiny. Soldiers were no longer just men with rifles and bayonets. They were avengers of medieval knights, reclaiming honor lost in the age of swords and banners. The past and present fused into a single, mythic story. In Berlin, the press seized upon it with feverish energy. Headlines spoke of revenge at Tannenberg, the words printed in bold type, still damp with ink as paperboys shouted them in the streets. Posters appeared, showing armored knights transformed into modern German infantry, their bayonets gleaming like lances. The smell of ink and glue hung on the walls of the city, carrying the message to every passerby. Ordinary citizens, who had never seen East Prussia and knew nothing of its fields, felt they were part of an epic saga stretching back centuries. The symbolism was not accidental. Hindenburg himself, towering and calm, was cast as a modern-day knight commander. His stern face, his broad shoulders, his unflinching presence, these became the features of a hero lifted straight out of medieval legend. Ludendorff, the fiery deputy, was painted as the strategist, the clever squire who turned wisdom into victory. Together, they were framed not only as generals, but as living embodiments of Germany's revenge on history. The reality was, of course, different. The medieval Battle of 1410 had been fought between knights on horseback, under banners of Christendom and pagan Lithuania. The modern Battle of 1914 was fought with railways, telegraphs, and machine guns. Yet propaganda thrives on symbols, not details. The very name, Tannenberg, carried the weight of centuries. By choosing it, the Germans erased the memory of shame and replaced it with triumph. The name itself became a weapon. For the soldiers who had fought, the legend carried a strange echo. Many remembered not knights and banners, but the screams of men, the acrid taste of powder, the stink of unburied corpses. Yet even they could not resist the pride that swelled when newspapers called them avengers of the past. Letters home, smudged with dirt and blood, often repeated the phrase, "We have repaid Tannenberg." In muddy trenches and smoky taverns alike, men spoke of destiny, even as they wiped grime from their faces. The myth also served a political purpose. The German high command understood that morale was as crucial as bullets. After the stalemate in the West, after the grinding slaughter of the Marne, the story of Tannenberg was used to reassure the nation. Yes, the war was brutal. Yes, the cost was high. But look at East Prussia, they said. Look at what our generals can do. The memory of medieval revenge gave meaning to modern sacrifice. In villages across East Prussia, the propaganda had a sharper taste. For the farmers who had seen their barns burned, their fields churned into graveyards, the battle was less legend and more survival. They smelled the smoke of their own homes, heard the cries of their own children. Yet even they were swept into the narrative. Local churches rang bells in honor of victory. Monuments were discussed before the ground had even cooled. The people who had suffered most were told they were part of a greater redemption story. Their pain was folded in a national pride. Russian prisoners of war heard the propaganda, too, heard it in vast columns, their boots dragging in the dust. They listened as German guards spoke of medieval revenge. Most did not know the story of Grunwald. To them, the words were strange, almost meaningless. But they understood the tone, the pride, the triumph, the certainty that history itself was on Germany's side. To the defeated, it was another reminder of their humiliation. In time, the myth of Tannenberg grew larger than the battle itself. Paintings were commissioned, showing knights in gleaming armor beside modern infantry. Medals bore the name, its letters stamped in steel, awarded to men who had marched through smoke and blood. Schoolchildren learned the story not only as a battle of the Great War, but as the correction of an ancient wrong. The victory became timeless, no longer bound to the muddy fields of 1914, but tied to a 600-year arc of destiny. The echo of legend also shaped how the world saw the battle. Foreign newspapers marveled at the propaganda, some mocking, others admiring. To them, it was proof of how deeply the Germans understood the power of narrative. They had not only crushed an enemy army, they had written themselves into the book of history as avengers of their ancestors. Even enemies admitted the brilliance of the story, even as they bristled at its arrogance. But myths carry dangers. By turning Tannenberg into a legend of destiny, Germany planted expectations for the future. If this was revenge for 1410, what would the next victory be? If generals were heroes lifted from medieval sagas, could they ever fail without shattering the illusion? Legends inspire, but they also bind. They turn flesh and blood men into symbols, and symbols cannot stumble without consequence. In the years to come, the myth of Tannenberg would outlive the war itself. Hindenburg would ride its wave all the way to the presidency of Germany. Ludendorff would carry its shadow into darker chapters of his life. The name Tannenberg would be carved into monuments, its letters echoing through history long after the bodies of Samsonov's men had rotted in the soil. The myth had become as powerful as the guns that forged it, and yet, beneath the glory, the fields of East Prussia still whispered the truth. They whispered of hunger and exhaustion, of corpses unburied, of forests echoing with the cries of men who never returned. They whispered that history is never as clean as propaganda, never as shining as legend. The story of Tannenberg was told as revenge for 1410. But for those who walked its fields, it was still 1914, a place of blood, fire, and death. As the legend grew, so did the war. The Eastern Front stretched wider, swallowing new armies, new villages, new lives. The victory at Tannenberg was immense, but it was only one chapter in a conflict that would devour millions. And as German propaganda turned past and present into myth, one question lingered, heavy as smoke. Would the legend of Tannenberg be remembered as the peak of triumph, or as the first illusion in a war that promised endless suffering? The echoes of Tannenberg did not fade when the last shot was fired. They reverberated across Europe, shaking capitals, shifting strategies, and shaping reputations that would endure for decades. The slaughter in East Prussia was not just another battle. It was a moment that changed the war, a moment that transformed generals into legends, and a moment that redefined the balance of power on the Eastern Front. In the immediate aftermath, the battlefield itself was still a place of horror. Corpses lay unburied in shallow graves, their uniforms stiff with dry blood. Prisoner columns stretched endlessly westward, the sound of boots dragging through dust echoing for miles. German soldiers, though triumphant, could not escape the stench of death that clung to their uniforms, the sight of faces pale with fear, the groans of the wounded haunting their nights. Yet even as they cleaned their rifles and buried their dead, they knew what they had achieved was extraordinary. They had destroyed an entire Russian army. The strategic consequences were immediate. East Prussia, which had trembled under invasion just weeks before, was secure once again. German farmers returned cautiously to their ruined fields, the smell of smoke and charred lingering in the air, but they returned under the protection of an army that had proven itself. The Eighth Army, once on the brink of retreat, now stood as a symbol of resilience. The Russians had been thrown back across the frontier, their dream of a quick march on Berlin shattered. But victory in war is measured not only in land, but in time. Tannenberg bought Germany precious weeks that the High Command desperately needed as the Western Front descended into the bloody stalemate of the Marne. The destruction of Samsonov's Second Army freed up divisions that otherwise might have been tied down in East Prussia. It allowed Germany to focus resources westward without fear of collapse in the east. The thunder of victory at Tannenberg masked the grinding reality elsewhere, but it bought the Reich breathing room in a war of suffocation. For Russia, the consequences were devastating. The Tsar's empire had suffered defeats before, but rarely on such a scale, and never so early in a war of such magnitude. 50,000 men killed or wounded, 90,000 prisoners, entire corps wiped from the maps. Families across the empire waited for word, their hearts breaking as silence stretched into weeks. The name Tannenberg became a scar, whispered with bitterness and grief. The Tsar's ministers scrambled to explain the catastrophe, blaming poor coordination, weak supply, and personal rivalries. But explanations did little to heal the wound. The loss also crippled Russian strategy. The plan to relieve pressure on France by striking hard into East Prussia had failed catastrophically. Instead of drawing German forces away from the Western Front, it had consumed Russian strength. Samsonov's death, his body left in a forest, became a grim symbol of failure. Rennenkampf's withdrawal only deepened the humiliation. Russia was still vast, with millions of men under arms, but the aura of inevitability around its advance was gone. At Tannenberg, the myth of Russian invincibility had been buried. The impact extended beyond strategy. For Germany, Tannenberg was not only a victory, it was a story told in headlines, in parades, in the ringing of church bells. It was framed as a miracle, a modern echo of Cannae, an act of genius by commanders who seemed chosen by destiny. And in this story, two names rose above all others: Hindenburg and Ludendorff. Paul von Hindenburg, the retired general recalled at the last moment, became an icon overnight. His sheer presence, tall, broad, calm, fit the image of a savior. To a nation searching for reassurance, he looked like a man carved from stone, immovable, reliable, almost mythical. Posters carried his stern face. Newspapers praised his steady hand. He was painted as the knight who had redeemed East Prussia, the avenger of old defeats, the man who had crushed Russia with iron will. Erich Ludendorff, fiery and relentless, became the other half of the legend. His sharp mind and tireless energy were celebrated as the engine of the victory. He was portrayed as the strategist, the restless brain behind the triumph. Together, the pair became inseparable in the public eye. Hindenburg the rock, Ludendorff the fire. The image of their partnership was carefully cultivated, presented as perfect balance: wisdom and energy, tradition and innovation, calm and fury. The truth, of course, was more complex. Max Hoffmann, the staff officer whose insights into Russian movements had shaped the encirclement, was barely mentioned in the propaganda. The soldiers who had fought and bled were praised in general terms, but the narrative centered on the generals. History remembers faces, not footnotes. And in this case, the faces were Hindenburg and Ludendorff. The legend was born not just from what they had done, but from how their story was told. Tannenberg also influenced Germany's relationship with its own people. The battle was used to prove that the nation was united, that even in the face of overwhelming odds, German strength would prevail. It became a symbol of national identity, woven into speeches, sermons, and school lessons. The name itself carried weight. By calling it Tannenberg, the High Command tied the victory to medieval history, casting it as revenge for the defeat at Grunwald in 1410. The choice of name turned a military victory into a myth, one that blended past and present into destiny. Yet legends are double-edged. The triumph at Tannenberg raised expectations that could not easily be matched. Germans began to believe their generals could work miracles. That victory was inevitable if only Hindenburg and Ludendorff were at the helm. The myth placed them on pedestals from which any stumble would be magnified. Victory had made them heroes, but it had also made them captives of their own legend. For the soldiers who fought there, the legacy was personal. They carried memories not of medieval revenge, but of mud, smoke, and blood. They remembered the crack of rifles, the screams of men, the acrid stench of powder that clung to their uniforms for weeks. They remembered friends who never rose again from the fields. For them, Tannenberg was not a story of destiny, but a place where life and death hung by a thread, where exhaustion and terror defined every moment. Their voices, quieter than the headlines, told a different kind of legacy, one of endurance, survival, and loss. In Russia, the legacy was bitterness. Samsonov's failure deepened mistrust between generals. widened cracks in coordination, and sowed doubt in the empire's ability to wage modern war. Soldiers spoke of betrayal, of being sent into battle without supplies, of commanders divided by personal hatred. The humiliation of Tannenberg lingered in their minds as they faced new battles on the Eastern Front. The wound never fully healed, and its echoes contributed to the eventual unraveling of the empire itself. Strategically, the Eastern Front remained vast and brutal. Germany had secured East Prussia, but the Russians still possessed immense manpower. Tannenberg was a victory, but not the end. It bought time, secured territory, and elevated leaders, but did not break Russia. The war thundered on, with new battles rising like storm clouds over the horizon. Yet in the story of the Eastern Front, Tannenberg became the symbol, the battle remembered above all others. The legacy of Tannenberg, then, was layered. It was a military triumph, a strategic reprieve, a political weapon, and a cultural myth. It was the rise of Hindenburg and Ludendorff, men who had shaped the war and the years beyond. It was a humiliation for Russia, a scar carried deep into its national memory. And it was a warning that even the greatest of victories can plant seeds of future peril, that legends built on blood can outgrow the men who made them. As the smoke cleared from East Prussia and the names of Hindenburg and Ludendorff echoed in Berlin, one truth remained. The Great War was only beginning. Tannenberg was a victory for Germany, but it was also a doorway into deeper conflict, greater suffering, and a legacy that would outlive the men and the moment. The question that lingered, unspoken but heavy in the air, was this: had Tannenberg secured Germany's future, or merely postponed the storm that was yet to come?